Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
All right, Roger Houston, we've got it from here. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Here we are, 250 miles above your imagination, in the imagination phase state. You ready for a little bit of Clownworld mental masturbation? This is some fucked up shit we're seeing every day around this goddamn place around here. I'll tell you what, just blows me away, some of the shit I see every day. More and more and more and more. So let's see who we got. I got Brian Stavely's in here. Charles B's in here, unindoctrinated. Angela Baby Carson's in here tonight too. And just to let you know on Facebook, Angela, I did not see your message at all, so you must be shadow banned. Let's see who else we got here. Sean Alkey's in here with us tonight. And let's see. Barbara the Nail Pusher's with us. Ida Hat. Let's see who else we got. Annette. Push button 62. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. You know, I got another little thing I can do over here where I go ding like that. And it gives me a list. It looks like I pretty much got everybody so far. There's others that probably have not been notified of our show tonight. So how is everybody doing here this evening? Are we all having fun with these companies and Fortune 500s all going kaflooey into the toilet? Speaking of space toilet, our space toilet's still backed up here. That damn Don Pettit keeps trying to, he never flushes, man. I don't know what's up with that guy. But yeah, I know that's right. Stavely never produces any evidence of anything. You know, if only there were some kind of physical residue that he had a hold of, then, you know, but till that point, you know, I don't know if he has anything like that. That's a little sick joke. We'll just keep that to ourselves. So anyway, we've got another one that's on the chopping block of this woke agenda. And people are probably going, why in the world are all of these companies doing such a dumb shit thing? Well, it's real simple. It's all about that social credit score. It's all about that ESG score. Well, how could that affect these companies? It seems like it would hurt their thing. Well, here's what you all got to look at. You all know about the little German guy over in Brussels talking about you will eat the bug and you will like it. Yes. You know that guy, right? Okay. The WEF. So who's on board with this WEF? Well, there's 3 investment corporations that seem to own everything. The names of those corporations are BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. They're usually at least one or more of them, usually 2, if not all 3, are the top investors, top shareholders in just about every corporation that there is. Okay. So you've got Pepsi. Who's PepsiCo's biggest competitor, right? Coca-Cola. Who are the top shareholders of both of those corporations? BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. Okay. So they have to do these things. Otherwise, the shareholders can just vote in a new CEO who will. Now, is this purposeful destruction? It would seem so. And why? Why would they want to do that? A lot of these are big American brands, Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch. This is like a nationally known labels, and they're destroying these. And it seems to be like trying to remove a national identity as it's part of that. But it also coincides with this ESG score, which it stands for, what is it? The ecological, social, and governance, or some shit like that. In other words, being woke is what it is. You gotta, have wet dreams about fucking Greta, and you gotta have all, you just gotta be totally on board with the communist agenda, and that's what they're pushing, and that's what they're trying to make us be. And there's an all-out push right away for that. But this is one of the reasons that these companies are going ahead and doing it. They have to, or else they lose their credit rating with their bank. They lose their credit rating, they can't operate their business. It's that simple. So now Target, but see, then you got to look at who's the people that are doing this. Target they're getting boycotted huge right now because of their pushing of the their children's pride section, where they have rainbow onesies and pride onesies for little kids, backpacks for them to be wearing at school, talking about, it's just, leave the kids alone, man. But anyway, they find out, they said, oh, we're going to take that stuff down. And they didn't. They just moved it, is all they did. I don't know if any of you ever watched Michael Knowles, but Michael Knowles just did some stuff where he went into the Target and they were showing, look, here's this shit. They just moved it, is all they've done. Now Kohl's is on the chopping block, and as another woke company that everybody's calling for the boycott of. And that is one way that you can, it's that peaceful disobedience in action. You vote with your money, you vote with your dollar, and if you're not down with it and people say, you know what, we're not dealing with this. There's Jack Spratt. How you doing, buddy? And Renee Bernays made it. You're tardy. I'm marking that in your book, Renee. Where's my attendance book at anyways? Anyway. So, you just don't buy it. Now this already, we've seen, I think it was, what did I see, where Budweiser's now up to, it was either 17 or $27 billion in losses from this. Target's right behind it with $4 billion already. This is starting to really nail them. I don't know if they counted on that or if they didn't count on it or what the deal is, but we really are seeing a real heavy duty push. I'm seeing some pushback and shit on Facebook from the Transformer community, talking about, there was a meme. I don't know if I even have it here or not. It showed a bunch of priests and the Pope, and then a bunch of transvestites, split picture. and one said, you know, which one of these two groups have actually ever harmed your kids? Well, you know, here's what I would look at, you know, why are they so goddamn hell bent to be around kids? I mean, I'm sorry, drag shows are adult themed content. Those are for adults. Okay. That's what it originally has always been. Okay. And now they want you to confuse drag with transvestites, you know? And in reality, original drag shows, they weren't necessarily homosexual or anything. These guys were just really good at impersonating a very famous female artist. Some of them would do Marilyn Monroe, Liza Minnelli, that kind of thing. It was never intended for, you know, public libraries, you know, or schools. It was never intended for that at all. But here they are, got to throw it. Whatever's weird, they're going to throw it in your face and make you deal with it. And also, you got to look at it. It's a big distraction as to a lot of the things that are going on. There's some real heavy duty pushback coming from the Russians right now. There's a possibility that this war is extending over into other countries too. But we really don't have any clear idea as to what's really actually happening over there, because all we get is from our Ministry of Truth. And it is exactly like the Ministry of Truth in the Orwell book, 1984, where, you know, it's truth is dictated by whatever the fuck is printed by the official narrative, you know, and it's just really, it's bad. Let's see. Oh, I don't know. That's maybe why their credit rating is so goddamn important. But it is apparent that they have pulled out all the stops. They're really trying to push this bullshit on us. And even at the expense of like mass outrage, where there's a lot of, I mean, regardless of the monetary aspect of it, you can't stay in business very long if you don't have customers. I don't care how good your credit is. It's like you keep trying to pay your mortgage with credit cards, and you pay that credit card with another credit card. It ain't going to work for very long. So that's some craziness. I better not show that. I was there's a thing it kind of goes into. I picked it up off of Twitter, which was, or did I get it off Twitter or TikTok? One of the two. It's a TikTok video. This guy is actually going into the various people within our governmental structure and in very high important positions that seem to carry dual citizenship. Now, how in the world can you have that? How can you have senators, judges, secretaries of treasury, and the like that have a citizenship with another nation, with another country? Dual citizenship. Doesn't that seem like your allegiances would be allied? Let's pretend that there's a country, we're going to call it Narnia. Okay, because if I mention the actual country, then YouTube will get upset, and blue-haired communists in the basements of Google will flip shit and take my video down. So we're going to call the country Narnia. And you have some very powerful senators, U.S. senators, that are both dual citizenship of the United States and Narnia, right? And that's okay, because Narnia is our friend, right? We're always, they're our greatest ally, after all. And we have this great alliance with them where we give them billions of dollars in arms and aid, and they allow us to. So that's a really good alliance. But in any case, what if something turned sour between the United States and Narnia, and you have these dual citizenship motherfuckers with their hands on the purse strings, the laws of the nation, and the monetary system? Then what? See, you're not supposed to have that. Not supposed to have that. But anyway, this video really goes through quite a litany of people from Narnia or people of Narnian descent that have dual citizenship that are in high ranking positions in the United States government. Pretty fucking scary. But if you ever want to know who's running you, just look at who you can't mention. Narnia. Anyway, interesting shit. But oh, this is really good. Okay, so we look now at the space fakery that I mean, in there, let's be real, there's really quite a bit. There really is quite a bit. And this is some footage by the United States Air Force. They sent up a balloon, these guys in it, and this was the first time seeing the stars from space. And this was what year? Let me see if I can get this right. This was it's like in the late 50s. I can't really, it doesn't have a date. But anyway, you guys will enjoy this. Let me put this over into the share screen and we'll pull that up. All right, here we go.
Faking of space, because here's the footage taken from the capsule, or so they told us.
Look at that.
And there's the moon, the Milky Way galaxy at the bottom. You can see the moon here. And I'm sorry to laugh. Some of you may believe this is real. And, you know, I really hope that you'll just take a closer look at it. I don't know what to tell you. I've had people claim it's real. It's okay. If you think this is real, you just might want to go get your eyes checked, because to me, this looks like they stole some kid's light bright and just had their way with it. There is literally a star inside the crescent shape of the moon.
That's what I see when I look out the window back here. I go out there in the cupola and I look out, and that's exactly what I see, just like that. That was some good special effects. It didn't look anything like a B-grade fucking sci-fi movie at all. Oh my God. But anyway, I thought y'all would get a kick out of that tonight too. Let's see. Oh, okay, so here's some more Clownworld shit. Let me go ahead and give you this one. You're going to love this one. Let me back it up so that I love these little short videos. Some of them are funny as hell. So let me bring this back up.
If you're white, yes, you are racist. Even if you think you're woke, we all benefit from oppression. Pretending you're not racist only makes racism grow.
Yeah, and this is another example of where we are. So let's see, we got Angela Carson out there. Says got a son named Corey. Hi, Corey. It's good to see you out there today. I hope you're enjoying the show. Do not emulate any bad words that I say unless you are of age. You have to be at least 5 before you can say the F word. Okay, always remember that. How dare she, right? Yeah. Now this is, I don't know what you guys might think of this. Have you ever heard of med beds? Has anybody out there ever heard of these med beds that they supposedly have? These things supposedly is almost like Star Trek shit, where it sounds a lot like Royal Rife technology to me. And if those of you that don't know who Royal Rife was, he invented a machine that he would use anti-frequency, basically, kind of like noise canceling technology. He would first isolate through a blood sample, isolate a disease or whatever the case may be, the frequency that it was at, and then hit the body with the antithesis of that frequency and cure the disease. The AMA actually gave a banquet in his honor, celebrating the end to all disease. And then boom, nobody, what the fuck happened, right? No money in that. No money in that. Anyway, these are these med beds. Listen what this guy says about these. These are
healing technologies that heal pretty much everything using energies, frequencies, and vibrations. And from what I understand, the way that these things are supposedly going to work is that it maps out your entire body on the cellular level. So it takes a screenshot cellularly of everything in your body and then identifies any pathogens or viruses or negative energies that are affecting your body in a negative way, because that's all illnesses and diseases really are, is their energies and frequencies. Remember, everything is energy and frequency. Even Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So what this med bed does is it identifies the frequencies in your body that are manifesting as illnesses or diseases, and then using specific calibrations, it corrects those frequencies and energies in your body, essentially healing any kind of illness, any kind of disease, from cancer to diabetes to pretty much anything. And that's supposedly what these things do. Now, not only do they supposedly cure diseases using energy and frequency, but there are also rumors that these medical beds can also do things like regrow body parts, regrow limbs. Not only that, there are lots of whistleblowers that claim to have been involved in the secret government space programs and the secret military space programs, claiming that these medical beds can also reverse aging. So there's different kinds of beds that do different things. There's ones that heal illnesses and diseases. There's ones that regrow limbs, and there's also ones that reverse your age. They call it age regression. And supposedly these secret space program whistleblowers, this is what they say, okay? They say that when they sign up in the secret space program, they sign on to do like 20 years. And then after the 20 years, they get in one of these beds, and then it reverses their age backwards 20 years, and then they get put back on Earth. And it's almost as if...
Unfortunately, a lot of these videos, these are short. They're only allotted a certain amount of time, but that was still very interesting to me. And I wonder if that's now, somebody just said, Kate Emma said, let me see. I put the comment up here. She said that she was one of the people in the UK trialed a frequency machine to heal bones that won't heal, came from the States. And let's see, she said something else here too. It says 10 years later, my mother had to use it. She got hit by a speeding van at Christmas. Well, I was going to ask about how was the success? Tell us more. I'm interested in this. I mean, this is interesting shit to me. The fact that, we're doing stuff besides just cutting open people. It seems like their only answers are to give you a pill for it or cut it out. That's the only thing they can ever think to do. There's no real healing of the patient. What he said there, that is absolutely true. That's why the word dis-ease happens. That's why we have it. You are not at ease. You're dis-eased. So that's where the word even comes from. Some very, very interesting stuff. Incidentally, who did I see in here? A few people. I'm going to put the link up here in a minute for people that want to come on. What's up, Brian? Brian says he'll be able to get one of those machines, grow his back. The Bud Light convinced him. We were talking about that, and I was like that too. I was like, at first I went, what? Cut my wiener off? That's just crazy, right? And then after a couple of Bud Lights, I was like, might be something to that, So I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, Rife was using frequencies to destroy cancer. So she says it was totally successful, but apparent old tech being brought back. Yeah, that's something else too. That brings me to this little short 3-minute thing that I ran across. I thought this was pretty cool. I'm going to put this up and let me see what you think about this. This is pretty good.
They came out and admitted that they erased and rewrote some of our history. And that history is of the Tartarian Empire. So Tartaria was thought to be a global and technologically advanced civilization that existed way before the 1800s up until the 1900s, where it was wiped out by a Great Reset, aka the Mud Flood. Then it was completely erased from the history books and rewritten in order to hide us from the truth. Now, I know this sounds crazy, and you're probably already running to the comments to call me some name, but I brought the receipts. Comes directly from the CIA's website. It was released in 1957. The Central Committee of the Communist Party issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria. In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten. Let us be frank, was to be falsified. I don't know if I'm saying Tartar right. And why would Tartaria be depicted in old world maps if it wasn't a thing? And Putin.
Also, you got to think this too. If it wasn't a thing, where did that sauce that you put on your fish come from? Huh? Yeah. Didn't think about that, did you?
Actually wants to release the real history of Tartaria. Now take a look at some of these buildings. We were told that these were built by people that rode in horse and buggies. We're expected to believe that they built things like this with a hammer and a chisel. Like, even if scaffolding was a thing, the precision, the accuracy. These people were way more advanced than we give them credit for. Like, these buildings are said to have been built in the 1800s. And just look at some of these inventions that they had. The math ain't mathin'. Now, this civilization.
See, and that's the point, that what you just said about old technology being brought back, you know. And I'm down with this whole idea of the free energy grid that was here. I really am, because there's some screwy wonky shit took place between 1800 and 1900 that's just don't make any sense. Speaking of Mr. B, I just got done editing out his appearance on my show the other night, where he got upset and left because he didn't think that driving is a commercial term. But anyway, I'll be putting that out probably late tonight. So there's some crazy shit, man. Some crazy shit. But that's what I'm saying. There's so much to this even. I mean, it's like, it's getting to the point now that things are reaching a tipping point. You're finding more and more and more people talking about this, about the flat earth, about going against this crazy ass system they're trying to construct for us. It's really good. Mr. B is my hero, he says. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Maybe he'll join us tonight. We'll see.
Civilization was thought to have been wiped out by a huge flood that buried it in feet of mud, which was also known as the mud flood. And that is why we see so many buildings that look like they have just been buried, or that have basement windows and doors. And this would be kind of a stretch if they didn't dig up the buildings and find that they were in fact buried. That fact alone just blows my mind, because I see buildings like that all the time, and now I wonder how far down they actually go. And it also makes me wonder if all of the underground tunnels have something to do with this buried empire. And I know you're probably wondering, like, why the heck would they hide this from us? But it was thought that Tartarians actually knew how to harvest free energy from the Earth's magnetic field, or ether. The pillars are thought to be energy conductors. And the pointy things that you see all over them are actually antennae. Also thought to be the reason why a lot of them have gold tops. Now, I know that part is just a theory, but think about it. Electricity is all around us. What do you think lightning is? What do you think static electricity is? There is definitely a better way to harness energy besides slaving over fossil fuels. We are living in the Lorax. Now, on that note, I'm going to leave you with one more thought. Who are these doors built for?
Yeah, no shit, man. So, no shit. Who are those doors built for, right? That's, you know, there's a lot to that with that old history, but I was mainly put that on there because of that point, the kind of weird little technological things that they have, and that I believe that there was this technology and they fed some of it to us through World's Fairs, and I think more of it's starting to come out. I really do. I'm going to put a link in here as well, so if anybody wants to come on, they're welcome to. See, did I do that? Yeah, there we go. All right, and then we go over here like this, and then we go over here like that, and then we go like that. Oh, Very good. Yeah, Mr. B got really, really upset. He really got upset the other night. You know, it was funny, actually. It really was. He didn't want to hear it. That's what he said. We told him the legal definition. He didn't want to hear it. It was like, well, that's how you learn stuff. And also, I need to go in here because we are live also over on Rumble. Should be anyway. Yeah. Yeah, only 5 over there watching. Nobody's in the chat, but I'm going to go ahead and put the link in here anyways for people. There we go. All right. So yeah, some of this crazy shit. What was this one? No, that wasn't the one. Is that okay? Yeah. I think this is the one where they explain that really well. This is pretty good. Let me
plan that next year, 1 year from now, they will merge the pandemic treaty and the 300 amendments. They will be synchronized with each other, synthesized with each other, and they will be essentially one document, and they will pass next year. So they're planning to make sure they get all the kinks out and they're good to go because they plan to go all in and vote next year. But what the United States delegate, what our delegate said here this afternoon is that the United States is all in and fully on board with these 300 amendments as currently written, and anybody can access them at the World Health Organization website. But also they're all in on the global pandemic treaty. So the United States is for this. All the nations of the world who spoke today, they're all for it. There isn't one that's dissented. So unless we intervene, this is a done deal 1 year from today. And that's when we have an existential threat to our sovereignty, and we will lose it 1 year from today.
That's some scary shit. Now that's in regards to the Klaus Schwab's master plan for a one world government. The World Economic Forum will take control and sovereignty over every single nation, and they're doing it through the World Health Organization. It's World Health Organization treaty that they've come up with. I haven't looked at it myself. It's going to be not cool at all. Then, of course, here we got this. This is interesting. For our fair and free elections that we have. This just came out 2 days ago, and there was it's a video of election officials. They broke into sealed election machines after they were tested, and they reprogrammed the memory cards and reinstalling them. And this is Maricopa County in Arizona. I think that's in Arizona, isn't it? Or is it Florida? Who knows? Maricopa, I think, is in Arizona. I could be wrong. Anyway, let's watch them do their magic. Now, these are already sealed. These are already sealed. Oh, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? You know, the thing that gets me about that shit right there is that even what's in a word, right? Okay, so you have voting, which is a democratic process, being done on a machine called Dominion, which is from domination. Think it out. Anyway, that's just some of the crazy shit I've been running across here. So we've talked about the frequency and vibration, okay, and it can heal. All right. Well, it can also harm, because this is you're gonna like this. This is really cool. Okay, because this is a frequency of 24 hertz. Okay. And this is what it does to water. So now just think about what you're over 70% water. Skinner. No shit. I just found out how they got their name. Anyway, just think about what if this is only 24 hertz and what it's doing to water. Just think about what military grade frequencies, high frequencies, can be doing to you right now. My bad. I have to do this first. There we go. So see, you can see how vibration and frequency can affect water. And if you're over 70% water, now just think what do when you're up into the millions of frequency. I mean, just really fucking rattling at you. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. Something I'm kind of working on is I'm getting ready to put together a video. Years back, I stumbled across a thing where there was this international civilian tribunal that convened in Brussels for crimes against church and state and against children. And they actually indicted Queen Elizabeth, the Pope, several people in these schemes. But this is part of that. What was going on back in those times with this trafficking, and that's what I'm getting into right now. I'm really looking forward to a movie that's coming out by Jim Caviezel called The Sound of Freedom. Beautiful. I'm glad finally somebody, and it took an independent studio to do it, but it's a true story about somebody who he's still doing it. He goes into these places and hellholes around the world and into deep underground military bases and shit and rescues these kids from traffickers. And this is a little bit of some of the information that I'm putting together, gathering up. This is interesting right here.
The Queen came visited for about 3 days, 2-3 days. I don't know how long it was. I think it was about 3 days actually, and a lot of children went missing there.
In mid-October of 1964, kissing cousins Elizabeth and Philip paid a royal visit to a Catholic residential school for Aboriginal children in Kamloops, British Columbia, Canada. William Coombs was 12 years old at the time of the royal visit. "I was an inmate at the Kamloops school when we were visited," said Coombs. "I remember it was strange because they came by themselves, no big fanfare or nothing. But I recognized them, and the school principal told us it was the Queen, and we all got given new clothes and good food for the first time in months the day before she arrived. The day the Queen got to the school, I was part of a group of kids that went on a picnic with her and her husband and some of the priests. We went down to a meadow near Dead Man's Creek. I remember it was weird because we all had to bend down and kiss her foot, and she was wearing a white lace boot. After a while, I saw the Queen and her husband leave the picnic with 10 children from the school, and those kids never returned. They took away those 10 kids and nobody ever saw them again. We never heard anything more about them, and we never met them again, even when we were older. They were all from around there, but they all vanished. The group that disappeared was 7 boys and 3 girls in age from 6 to 14 years old. They were all from the smart group in the class. 2 of the boys were brothers, and they were matey from Quesnel. Their last name was Arnoux, or Arnold. I don't remember the others, just an occasional first name like Cecilia, and there was an Edward. What happened was also witnessed by my friend, George Adolph, who was 11 years old at the time and a student there too. But he's dead now. William Coombs, the sole survivor, was scheduled to appear as the star witness at the International Tribunal into Crimes of Church and State in London, England. But William Coombs never made it to the tribunal. He died of unknown causes shortly before he was scheduled to testify.
So that's kind of freaky shit. I mean, this goes way, 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 way back, man. Now the year of that was in the 60s, like 65, 68, back in those times. Queen Elizabeth, a little younger in those days, of course, and her evil husband Philip. And this is some interesting shit. People need to get onto this and understand what the hell is going on. This is a former president of the Club of Rome. He was a United Nations executive and a former president of the Club of Rome of Europe. And he's confirming here oligarchs who rule the world, the Committee of 300, are minorly attracted people, we have to call them on here, who control the systems of global child trafficking and control the UN and WEF. Let me see. Oh, there's a whole bunch to it. The United Nations 2030 agenda is the same as the Davos WEF agenda. These NGOs are both involved in global child sex trafficking. The oligarchs control the chancellors, presidents, and prime ministers of the world. Donald Trump was an accident. The oligarchs did not expect him to win. The pandemic was planned for 2016, and the food and water shortages were planned for 2020, but now have been moved to the year 2025. Now, this is just according to this guy here. In fact, I can pull this over so y'all can read it too. How's that sound? Boom. All right. I don't know if y'all can see that. I'll let's see. More than 8 million children per year disappear. 8 million is the entire population of Austria. They disappear without any information. This criminal act has to be stopped. We must fight for our children. We must protect them. The most innocent of innocents is being terrorized, tortured, sold as slaves, and raped 10 times a day for years. What if this was your child? It says child trafficking is the fastest growing international crime network the world has ever seen. And Jim Caviezel, even in that interview, said that this has now surpassed the drug trade. Okay, this is really bad. This is really bad. It's already passed the illegal arms trade, and soon it's going to pass the drug trade. It has already passed the drug trade. If we do nothing, we are part of the darkness, and the evil is sweeping across our world. The Sound of Freedom is a true story of one man's fight to save as many children as he can from a horror of child trafficking. These millions of innocent children are suffering unimaginable pain and torture every day, and we as society are allowing it. We know who the oligarchs are, and we know who the Committee of 300 is. We know the leaders of the UN and the WEF have their names. How long will we let them do this evil to our innocent children? What is wrong with humanity? Why won't you act? Close your eyes and see the tears and hear the cries of a 5-year-old girl being held down and raped until she bleeds. And I mean, this is terrible. This is terrible. And this, people need to know, and fuck Facebook and YouTube and their stupid goddamn censoring. You're going to censor this kind of stuff away from people to know about that this is actually occurring, to bring an awakening to what this is. People don't realize what it is. They just think that, oh, there's a kid gets missing here and there and here and there, here and there, every so often. 8 million. 8 million, man. The amount of kids that go missing every year just in this country alone, and no bodies are found. You would figure you would stumble over one or two here and there with as many as there are, but there's not. This is it's terrible. Let's listen to what this guy here said about it. And this is the actual
The problem is that the UN agenda is the same with Davos agenda. This, in fact, is my main topic for our conversation today. For this reason, this oligarchic, the world oligarchic system, they have the power on Europe because they control all the people like Bundeskanzler or president or prime minister or whatever there are. So for this reason, sorry to interrupt you, the situation with Donald Trump was a big shock.
They didn't expect that to happen. That was an accident, I suppose.
Absolutely an accident.
Not part of their game plan.
Was the first time of the oligarchy system was what happened, an accident. Because normally have to be Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Not Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And the process which we are dealing now with this pandemic and all these liars was supposed to be in 2016.
They were pushed into
exactly
early
in a
start.
sense to be in 2020 to be a disaster regarding food and water.
Ah, I see.
Which normally they want to arrive in 2025 now.
I see.
So the plan was a little bit changed, and for this reason, of course they will not succeed. This is clear. I mean the system is almost down. It's but of course there are the last moments, and we have to have the courage now, all of us, to say no, in a sense that UN could be a fantastic, can have a fantastic role, but is not, because it's totally under control of the oligarchs. The problem is that these oligarchs, all of them, are related with the system of the pedophilia one, because we know that there are more than 8 million children per year which they disappear. 8 million does mean the entire population of Austria. They disappear without any information, simply like that. And this is the transhumanism. So this criminal act is have to be stopped.
Now, I'm seeing a lot of people in the 8 million that is a very huge number. Well, you got to look at this as worldwide. All right. American children aren't as easy as refugees. They're not as easy as third world children. But nevertheless, there's still a phenomenal amount of them that are taken. And there's certain criteria that they look for. Some of these are very, very elaborately planned. They look for a specific type. And those are usually, like, I guess, the most expensive. But what they're mostly got going on with these kids, too, is this adrenochrome in alpha them, you know, where they're extracting this. This is a huge business. This is a huge business. So that's, there's a lot. There's a lot. And flow state, I know everybody thinks, oh, this is from Q. Listen, I was looking into this shit long before fucking Q, long before Donald Trump even thought about or said he was going to run for president or anything. I'm talking about like as far back as 2011, 2010. I started looking into this stuff, was following the Kevin Annett on YouTube, which he doesn't even, I don't even think they're letting him have a channel anymore. So yeah, this is huge, and there's some huge big people involved with it. I mean, we're talking about container crates, man. I'm talking about facilities, deep underground military bases that have anywhere between 1,000 to 3,000 kids in electrified cages at any one given time. This is big. You don't realize. And it's gone under the radar for a long time. Now, I think that when the Q stuff first started, I think it was legit, but then it got hacked in and became more of a psyop. I think that there was actual legitimate information that was being put out, but then they turned it into some kind of a fucking James Bond type stupid fucking bullshit. And look, if there would be no reason for them to be disclosing any kind of ops on a fucking message board. So yeah, to that extent. But no, this thing goes way back. This movie that Jim Caviezel's made, it's coming out the week of July the 4th. I think that this is going to bring a lot of awareness to people. At least I hope it does. I really do. Because I've said it for years and years and years, and more people are starting to wake up and see it. This world, the way you think it is a fantasy. The reality of how it is just fucking insane. Bearing in mind, over 300,000, what'd she say, die in India each year for malnutrition and related issues. So 8 million each year worldwide doesn't sound that high. You're absolutely correct. It's a small amount. It's not overhyped at all. These people, look, this is like this Epstein character. Everybody thinks, oh, well, they had that island and they've shut that down. That ain't the only island. That ain't the only place. They're bringing them in here to the United States. They're bringing them up through the border. They're taking them to fucking FEMA camps. There's all kinds of abandoned army bases out in the Southwest right now that they're using for adrenochrome labs, man. And you ain't going to get near them. Yes, you're good. This in actual Department of Defense ranked military people involved with the extraction of this shit from these kids. You guys got to understand what the fuck is really going on, man. Jack says he's just a figment of our imagination. There we go.
I don't think I can do this job, Tim. As soon as I lay down, all I see are those kids' faces. How long you been doing this? 12 years. How do you do it? It is the fastest growing international crime network that the world has ever seen. It has already passed the illegal arms trade, and soon it's going to pass the drug trade.
Señor Timoteo, tu rescató niños, ¿verdad? Quizá puedas ayudarme a encontrar a mi hermana.
Imagine walking into a room right now, seeing an empty bed. What we do? Shivering stars drift around in the sky.
We're Homeland Security. You know we can't go off rescuing kids in Colombia.
This job tears you to pieces. This is my one chance to put those pieces back together.
We're talking about extracting an 11-year-old girl from an army of rebels.
Not just her. I'm talking about rescuing hundreds of kids.
She could be a block down the road, or she could be in Moscow, Bangkok, LA.
Over 2 million children a year are being sucked into the deepest recesses of hell. If we do nothing, someday it's gonna reach the likes of you. What if this was your daughter?
Wherever I go, I find my way home.
So I thought, yeah, that's a good trailer. It's pretty good. There's one line, they didn't have it in that trailer right there, but in one of them, that guy with the hat, the Panama hat and shit, and he asked him, he says, why do you do this anyways? And he just looks at him and says, because God's kids aren't for sale. And I thought that was a pretty good line. But it's I'm really hoping more people go to see it. If you can't afford to go see it, they have a thing where there's people donating money for people to be able to get free tickets to go see it. Yeah. Here you go. You just think how many girls used to go missing in China from the one child policy. Girls are not wanted, sons are considered better. Yeah, that's what we're told. You know, and in a lot of these little countries around the world, you know, a kid comes up missing, and who do they go to? What do they do? What's their recourse? Nothing. They don't have anything. They can't do anything. They're up shit's creek. That's basically it. Many times the police are paid off in these places. That doesn't happen in the United States, though, because we're, of course, America, and we don't do horrible shenanigans and shit like that, right? Right. All right. So yeah, the interview. This is the interview. See, that's a true. This thing's based on a true story. This is his. He was talking to some kind of a group via like Skype or whatever. But this is pretty good too. I won't play the whole trailer because when it gets up to the trailer, I'll stop it. But this is pretty touching to me. I don't know. Tell me what y'all think.
Obviously, you understand the content of this. Once the world sees this film, and once they see the ships that they transport the children in and all of this stuff, well, there's no other film like this. Our industry can't make this film right now because of a lot of people that are involved in it all over the world that are in this. And many of these people are.
So what he's saying is that's why they had to go. If you noticed on that last trailer I showed, it said it was Angel Productions. You know, it said it was Angel Productions, and that's like an independent group. He said you couldn't go through their industry, the Hollywood industry, because there's so many in the Hollywood industry that are involved. And what that means is that the money people, the people that do the producing, the people that back the movies and shit like that are involved in it, would never produce a movie like this. So
Very famous. I kind of started there with Tim, and when he started to show me all of the hell that they have to look at, you know, it's when I bring this up to people, I'm not for trafficking of children. I want to stop it. And Tim would always tell me, you know, when you're playing this, just remember that, because this hell that you have to look at, most of the guys I bring in, and they've seen the worst stuff that you've ever seen. It's just what they do to children. Children are nothing more than like a cow. It's already past the drug trade, okay? This is like, if you were to watch Schindler's List, you would say, boy, that was terrible. I wish I was around that. Maybe I could have done something. But you can do something now. And we can end this. When your child is taken, you're never going to see that kid again. And at that point, you probably wished you would have done something. We're at that point right now. And if we let our little ones continue to be slaughtered, boy, there's going to be a judgment on this world, and especially our country.
So I'm also seeing here people, and you're right, Sean, anything with kids, people get emotionally attached to, like it's like the school shootings. Only in this instance, it's not fake. When people use kids as a tool, like they do with these so-called school shootings and other instances to try to get their way across, that's reprehensible. But when it comes down to, we talk about stop targeting our children with your drag shows and putting your craziness in the schools and all of this other, that's different, because that is happening. That is actually causing harm to these children. Whereas when they make up a story, that's another issue altogether. But yeah, you're right, it does. And we're instinctual to want to protect our children. We want to protect our women, protect our children. That's what we do. That's how we're wired, man. And come on, man. You got to figure that the shit that these people are doing is just, it's reprehensible.
Thank you. Now, Jim, Tim, you're playing the role of Tim Ballard, and Tim is actually continuing to save kids. I mean, you're making a movie about it, but this is what he does, and he
he was supposed to be in the room with me in right here or in Tulsa, but he's down there saving children as we speak, because they're pulling kids out of the darkest recesses of hell right now, in dumbs and all kinds of places.
Dumbs, deep underground military bases. This is some that
the adrenochroming of children. Look, where we're at right now. Hopefully, we need your prayers. This film is when Tim Ballard came down to Bogota and we had about finished 2/3 of it. I said, "Why did you pick me?" And he said, "Well, they didn't want you. They wanted someone else." But I said, "Well, I got to tell you, I did this movie, Monte Cristo and The Passion, and about 2/3 of the way through, I knew we were onto something that was phenomenal." And I said, "I feel that with this film." And he goes, "Well, actually, it was those two films that I saw. This is why I had to have you in my film." So, sorry.
No, Jim, you said a word a minute ago, and I want to clarify what that word was, because you said a word, and I want to make sure that you said adrenochrome.
Yeah.
And a lot of people here, there's about 4,500 people here. There's about 500,000 people streaming online. We're having some cyber attacks. That feed's been going on and off. But you said that word, and by a show of hands, who's heard that word before in this building? Could you please explain, to the extent that you want to or not want to, what that is? Because some people have never heard that before, and we need to discuss that.
Essentially, you have adrenaline in your body. I'll just simplify it. And when you are scared, you produce adrenaline. If you're an athlete, you get in the fourth quarter, you have adrenaline that comes out of you. If a child knows he's going to die, his body will secrete this adrenaline. And they have a lot of terms that they use that he takes me through. But it's the worst horror I've ever seen, is screaming alone, even if I never, ever saw it. It's beyond, and these people that do it, there'll be no mercy. At that point where I have tears coming out of my eyes because my heart is so on fire. I'm fearless. You're fearless. You're the best that you will ever be. Any of them that hurt our little children. In the film, there's a line in there where he says, "Why are you doing this?" And I say to him, as Tim said, "Because God's children are not for sale. They're not for sale. You can't do it anymore, Satan. And we're coming after you."
They're giving you a standing ovation right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
How long you been doing this?
12 years.
How do you do it?
It is the fastest growing international crime network that the world has ever seen. It has already passed the illegal arms trade, and soon it's going to pass the drug trade.
Señor Timoteo, tú rescatas niños, ¿verdad? Quizá puedas ayudarme a encontrar a mi hermana.
So we saw the trailer already, but yeah, that looks like it's going to be a pretty good one for us. I also wanted to announce before I forget, let me remove that for a second, and I'm going to put this up. This was a post on Facebook today by Brian Stavely, who I hope is still with us here. Flattoberfest will be here October 21st, 22nd. Here we are having glitchy internet again. God damn it. I hate when that happens. Anyway, everything's going okay. So it says the tickets are on sale now. Okay, the tickets are on sale now, and you can get yours following this link I will put in the description in the chat right now for anyone that's interested to go to that this year. It's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe if Brian's still out there, he can click the link and come up and tell us a little bit more about what's going on. For that, it says here that for those of you that can see it, let me make it a little bit bigger for everybody. There we go. So it's going to be the Samstown Hotel and Casino, the 30th, which was today. Still, tickets are now on sale for the event of the year, Flattoberfest 2023. Early bird special is now. Don't miss out. Okay, and what happens is the prices will increase as time goes on. So let me do something here real quick. I think he put a video up about that today too. Let's see if we can find that. Holy cow. How would I find that? He's got so many damn channels. Let's see. Oops. Oh, wait. Let me see. Here we go. All right, I'm going to play this video here in just one hot second. This is our good friend Brian Stavely, the king of wow, what happened there? Choo. Okay. I guess that didn't work out right. Anyway, I'll get that here in just a second. I'll fix that. Anyway, let me remove this and put this up. This is Brian Stavely telling us about the tickets. Everybody pay attention. All right.
All right, guys, got a big announcement for you. Now, a lot of you might have already heard the news from Karen, but in case you didn't, I know we have most of the same followers, but many different ones as well. Flattoberfest 2023 in Las Vegas. Tickets are officially on sale right now. Now, before I get into the ticket info and all of that, let me just say, if you've never been to one of Karen's events, you are missing out literally on the time of a lifetime. Okay, ask anybody that's been there. I have been to every single one, and it's been fantastic. I get to hang out with loads of people that think like me. I get to meet many people that watch our shows and other people's shows. And it's just the most wonderful time. So if you've ever been apprehensive about coming to a big flat earth event, please let loose this year. This is the year to come. We're going to do it big. We're going to do it better than ever. We're going to have probably more people than ever. But if you've never been, especially the last few years during what's been going on in the world, we've consistently had about 400 people under one roof, nobody playing the game for a weekend, and even longer, extended weekends when I'm around, right? Extended weekends full of fun and it's a great way to recharge your soul. And everybody is on an emotional high for quite a while after. Don't be left out. So let's get right into the details. So the details are October 21st and 22nd, which is a Saturday and Sunday, is the day of the event. Let's go over to Karen's website real quick. If you go to flatearthfestivals.com, okay, this is Karen's site. This is where you can always find where she posts all the meetups, her events, and other things. If you just go to buy tickets here, you will see in the shop, it comes up, welcome to Flat Earth Las Vegas, right? Click read more. Okay. And then let's just talk about the pricing real quick, and then I'll talk about guests and other things, the limited information on that I have so far. So the first 100 people, and these just went on sale several hours ago, maybe late last night or something. First 100 tickets are $99 off. So that is what this price is. This is with the $99 discount. So this will go up by $99 later on. Okay. So let's get more into that. So first 100 tickets and $99 off. If you miss out on being one of the first 100 tickets sold, the price is only going to go up by $20 until June 9th. So you have a little over a week, maybe a week and a half to get them at $155, or if you missed out on the first 100, $175 for your weekend pass. Okay. After June 9th, though, they will go up to full price. Okay. So make sure you get in early to get the good sale on the tickets. Okay. Now, as far as hotels, there is no, group hotel thing or anything. Everybody's responsible for their own room. Okay. And where that will take place, well, we'll just bring it up right here. It's Sam's Town Hotel and Casino. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. Okay. So that's where I'm assuming most people are going to stay. If you're not familiar with Vegas, and I wasn't until a few weeks ago when I actually went for the first time, there's tons of hotels. Okay. And shop around a little bit, and I'm sure you'll be able to find something affordable, but it would be ideal if you everybody picks where they want to stay. I'm sure some people will get Airbnb. Most people will stay at Sam's Town. Some people will stay at other hotels. But Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas, it's way off the main strip, so you don't have to deal with all that craziness. Okay, I don't have the exact location brought up right now, but I'm sure Karen will be making a more detailed promo at some point, and I'll just mirror that. I am headed out today shortly, so I can do a more detailed one myself later. But again, dates are right here, October 21st and 22nd of 2023. Okay. Noontime to 10 p.m. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino. She also has the single flat earther yes or no thing. I imagine there's going to be some sort of, for people that want to be involved in some sort of matchmaking type thing. You can choose to
matchmaker, make me a match.
Click that or not. But again, the ticket will cover both days. This does not include hotel. Everybody is responsible for their own hotel. Make your own phone calls. Make your own reservations. Now, for those people who like to make it an extended week or whatever, as I often do, of course, I will be there definitely by Friday. Anybody who wants to hang out on Friday before the event, I'm sure we'll do something. A lot of people will be getting into town or whatever, something casual. And I'll be staying a little longer than Sunday as well, probably into Monday or Tuesday even. So for those of you that are making a trip to Vegas and don't get out much, hey, if you can only afford for 2 or 3 days, cool. But if you can afford to make it a 4 or 5 day excursion, I encourage you to do so. That's how I usually like to do it around Karen's events, make it a 4 or 5 day thing. As far as speakers, she has not, put out the entire list yet. And I'm pretty sure she's still working on a lot of things behind the scenes with that. As a matter of fact, I know she is. But I know that she has announced Mark Sargent, Jaronism, and Ben Balderson, and maybe even more. But I know for sure those 3 people will be there. I will be there as always, most likely filming people, talking to people, interviewing people. It's kind of the thing I do. I do it a lot with the cameraman. It was really cool the last few events. I don't know if that's what's going on this time or not, but regardless, I will at least be going around with my camera and live streams and everything else around the event. Okay. I don't know what she's doing for streaming yet. I'm not going to comment on things I don't know. I assume some things, but we'll just wait. I know Karen, if you're watching, if you guys are watching this now, it's Tuesday morning. Karen will be live tonight, Strange World, on her channels, Karen B, with Mark.
Okay, so anyway, that's pretty much got the and he's got some scheduling for his show as well, his shows that are coming up on there. Let me see, I'll put the link to this video in here too for everybody, and you can go there and, you know, pause frame it or whatever you want to do and get the information. But we already got our tickets, we're all set, we're ready to go. They went on sale today. We went ahead and got ours. We've got our plane ticket and everything all set up. So we're in good shape. We're ready to rock and roll, man. So that's the Flattoberfest. That should be a lot of fun. I've not been to one yet. Looking forward to this one. It should be a lot of fun. So anyway, let me take that shit out of there. And let me see, what did I have up here too? Also, the Facebook post, God, I tried to put that on there and it's really crazy. I'm going to copy it and put it in there again. Facebook just gives you some shit links, man. Look at that craziness. Wow. All right. So we get anybody over here in the chat? No. Well, I'll put this in here anyway, just in case. You never know. All right. So where was I at? Go back over here. All right. Is this the one that I thought? This was kind of interesting. This is from 2010. Let me go ahead and, oh wait, that's no more. Come on. Can't be the end of my shit. Oh, that's just that post. Okay. So let me go back. Yeah, there's a lot in there. So this is kind of interesting too, because, you know, we've talked a lot about how they keep targeting the kids. Why are they always targeting the children? Why is it that they always want to fucking target the children? Well, this is pretty good. Short, and this is the thing. These little short videos are really putting forth a lot of information, and it's designed for the ADD style mind. Let's go ahead. Oh, wait. There we go. Are we back? Good.
One of the things I asked him was, I said, I get it, but I don't get it. The children. You got to, I have such a problem with this. You got to explain this one to me. And he said, well, first of all, you're looking at it the wrong way. I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, they don't define children the way you do. They don't define the world the way you do. The choices that you face are not their choices, right? They look at it completely differently. And I said, well, okay, so how do they look at it? And he said, for them, everything is defined by their one fundamental, all-consuming purpose. I said, which is what? He said, to defeat God, right? Because this is the moment. I mean, for them, it's about the real God. The true gods are them and Satan, there, right? And so he said, children are the closest thing on earth to God, because we are created in the image of God. And as you know, from the moment we're created, we haven't had time to be corrupted and to stray. So for them, the younger you are, the closer you are to God, the more pain they can inflict on God. So the more you can make a baby or a small child suffer, the greater your victory over God. And that is the only consideration for them. Outside of that doesn't exist.
So that makes a lot of sense to me. And especially when it comes down to the abortion issue, you know. So yeah, I wasn't real, you know, it's Vegas. Yeah, I've been to Vegas so many times. It's like, it's okay, you know. There's a lot of people maybe that haven't been, so they'd be all right. But I'm looking at it, the location also as an opportunity to. We're going to be going over into Lone Pine and through Death Valley, back over where I used to live in Eastern Central California. I'll visit some people there. Take in some of the desert. I really need my desert. I really do. And the Mojave Desert is just so awesome. It just really is. It's one of the neatest places I've ever been. And so we're going to be taking that. We're going to be staying in a place in Lone Pine. Of course, a lot of films have been filmed there in Lone Pine, and what an area known as the Alabama Hills. Sci-fi movies, westerns, hundreds of movies. And the old hotel in town is called the Dow Villa, and some big names have stayed there when they'd come there and film, but yet it's not a big, huge, grand hotel. John Wayne was a frequent guest there, even when he wasn't filming, because supposedly they had a really good poker game in the basement, and he was quite a poker player. So we're going to be staying in that place. It's almost like, it still kind of looks, Lone Pine still kind of looks like almost like an old West town. Even the bar still has the saloon doors on it there. Of course, they got a regular door too, but that's usually in the summer. That other door is just wide open, and it's just a swinging door. So it's kind of neat. The original Lone Pine was destroyed in an earthquake in 1872, and then they had to rebuild it. And this was such a huge earthquake that the reports of it said that there was 45-foot linear movement. In other words, the earth was moving back and forth a distance of about 45 feet, while simultaneously rising up as high as 16 feet. So if you can imagine that kind of movement, and the casualty count was really quite low because it was sparsely populated, but it still killed a good number of people. And there's a memorial cemetery to the earthquake victims. And I've been to, it's kind of interesting. Yes, Bad Fish Bear, I believe that. Absolutely. Don't go to the light. That's what I always say anyways. So yeah. Still more crazy shit going on. Of course, we like to make fun of NASA on here. If we didn't get a show going where we made fun of NASA at least 12 or 15 fucking times, it wouldn't be a show now, would it? So this is apparently they've got all this time, and these instruments are not sensitive enough for them to have to worry about, but they can apparently bounce soccer balls all over up there in space, in the space station. So let's watch this guy play space soccer. Oh shit, his head went out into outer space. Did you see that shit? Oh my goodness gracious. See, all things are possible in space. That's why. Let's watch it just one more time. How in the world? See, and I have the exact same type. See the kind of glitches I have. Look at my arm. I'll make my arm go right into the wall. Oh, look at there. See, so that's how you know I'm really up there, because I have the same type of space anomalies that happen up on the space station, or up here in the space station. Did I say up there? I meant up here. If you don't believe I'm really up here floating around in space, then you're probably a communist or something. Anyway, this was fucking hilarious. I got to tell you. So we were talking earlier about the Target bullshit. Now, this guy's an absolute clown. But have you ever heard of Alex Stein? And he went to Target because they have a swimming suit that is like so you can tuck your wiener you know, unless you're as brave as Brian Staveley and you've gone ahead and removed yours and are looking forward to a med bed in case you want to grow it back. But that's another story altogether. This is Alex Stein. And I got to give him kudos. This fucking guy's got balls. He does. I mean, not literally. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker, he'll go, he dressed in a woman's swimsuit and went to a council meeting or some shit, but watch this fucking crazy guy.
Target doesn't care if you boycott their stores. They're not afraid of you. They're scared of a much bigger threat. Let me explain. Target's largest shareholders are Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock. These corporations support the Corporate Equality Index, or CEI. This is a rating system for how much American businesses support the LGBT community. If Target's CEO does not support the LGBT community well, then he's not going to be reelected by the shareholders. So sometimes corporations like Target push LGBT marketing campaigns, not because they particularly want to or it's good for profits. They do it for a high CEI score. So they face a backlash. Maybe they lose a little money. Failing to get a high CEI is way more scary.
So
Target doesn't.
Yeah, that guy at the beginning. I thought that was the video of him doing the tuck friendly swimming suit, but it was just a portion.
The fuck does that even mean? What's up, Dave?
What's happening, Casey? What, tuck friendly?
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, it's so you can tuck your wiener and pretend you're a girl.
Like I said, I don't want to know about that shit.
Yeah, I mean,
you're talking about Target, right? Look at the logo of that.
Yeah. It's Target. Target has a Target. That's why they're under a bunch of fire right now.
Well, look at their symbology on their logo, right? It's a bullseye. You know, it's a symbol of Saturn, pretty much. That's why it's a big corporation. They're all initiated and indoctrinated into a certain.
There again, State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard, though, right? It's like we were saying earlier. You know, you got Coca-Cola Corporation, right? And who's their biggest competitor? PepsiCo, right? But who's the top investors, shareholders in both those companies? BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard.
The Eye of Moloch.
Yes.
That's the logo.
And that little floating eye over the pyramid logo on your dollar didn't appear until after the bankruptcy, 1933. So that's kind of
all of that. If you look into the occult, well, I don't even like that word, but yeah, the esoteric, the occult, hidden stuff, like older stuff, it all ties into this. It's all kind of ritualistic in a manner. Well, this whole monetary system and all that.
Oh yeah, and like we were saying, man, these people, there's some sick ass people. I've got a little short video, less than a minute. It's
it's like this: money creates monsters, right? Look at the words: moony, moon eye,
mon eye, one eye, mono eye, money.
Yeah, exactly. And then look at monster. It's like moon star, and it's all based, through this weird kind of thing.
So have you ever heard of a model? She's a Spanish model. Her name's Gabriela Jimenez.
No, I haven't. But yeah, Renee, I'm looking at the comments.
Anyway, she says she was invited to an Illuminati party and that she was screaming in front of a hotel. She was hysterically screaming and shouting that she saw them eating human flesh. She was pleading for her freedom after being held against her will. This is her doing this. Watch this. This is crazy.
Well, Dave, like big YouTubers, celebrities, politicians, all of them. Yeah, they're all being used as pawns, or maybe if they get a bit better, they could be like a rook or a bishop or something. Either way, they're being used as tools on the board, and they get discarded after, and when the game is done, and they're low level. I'd worry about the people you don't. I'd worry about the people you don't hear about. The guys.
That's exactly it. Like when I looked up who's the fucking head of this BlackRock outfit, and I looked it up, and he's this like Mr. Peabody looking character. So unthreatening looking. Just such a, if you saw him on the street, you would watch out for people to beat him up or something, you know?
Yeah. Like I was saying, it says inconspicuous in that way, but even that, he's probably just being used as a front too. Like, you don't know who's really pulling the strings.
Well, of course they all are, because we fight not against powers. We fight not against flesh and blood. It's the powers and principalities. It's legion. You understand? It's not one guy. It's not. It's the shaitan. It's the Satan who literally has control.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. It goes beyond people. You know, it's some sort of an essence that like embodies many. Yeah,
Look at this. Watch this woman real quick. This is less than a minute, but she was freaking out. This is outside of the place, and she's talking about.
This was a famous Spanish model who was invited to an Illuminati party. She ran out from everything she had seen. Listen.
What language is he speaking? Hello, doll.
Spanish.
So she was saying about people eating people?
Yeah, she was in this place and she got out and she was screaming that they would kill people and they were eating them and shit in there.
Okay, well, listen. That's probably some cartel shit. And it seems like it's Mexico.
No, not Mexico, not not Latin America, Spain, as in Europe.
Yeah, there's probably cartels there. That's what the cartel does, like the Zetas and shit. You know what they do over there? They fucking chop people.
That's in Latin America, Cage. That's Latin America. We're talking about Spain, which is in Europe.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but are you sure it's Spain though? How you know?
Because it said she was a Spanish model.
Yeah, but people just like categorize anyone who speaks Spanish.
No, they would have said Venezuelan or Latin American or Latin.
They would search her name. Do a quick search on her name. See where she's from.
Spanish, no.
So basically they sacrifice people in front of her, or they were just dead people and they start eating them.
Geez, either way is pretty bad. I don't know.
People actually
not a whole lot of context involved with it, other than the fact that
some people are just twisted, right?
Oh, this one's for Brian Stavely. I gotta give this one to him.
This cartel people, they fucking eat. They feed people to other people, and like disguise it as pork or something. It's like documented. Like that's sick.
So
shit.
That's how they get rid of all the bodies there. They have like pork, the sausage factories. Right?
They fucking leave them there. Sometimes they fucking dissolve them. They fucking feed them to people.
I was just looking at this video. I'll have to look and see. I might have it on my Twitter. I might have reposted or posted it on my Facebook. But there's human fucking DNA been found in like McDonald's and shit.
Yeah, I don't go to McDonald's.
Let me see if I got that.
We've heard of it. You talk about the rabbi guy?
No, this is even another one. Hang on one sec. Let me grab this. Let's see. I know I put it in here. I got to go under my thing. There we go. Oh, yeah. Meta. I guess it's Meta now. Let's see. That's the convexity.
How you doing, Cage? It's been a while.
Oh, I got to show you all this one. This one's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, good to see you, Singularity, man. Hope all's been well.
You guys are gonna love this.
Likewise.
Let's get deep into this nonsense.
Says his face can literally stop bird shit in midair, and I have to agree. Definitely have to agree. I can't stand it. You ought to see her before they get her made up. Whoa! That's some scary looking shit there. Joy Behar. Now let me
Well,
see.
nowadays, makeup was worse enough. Azazel or Azazel, whatever the fucking shit's name is, introduced it. Yeah, that's what introduced that fucking shit to people. Now they have filters. You know what I mean? So yeah, nowadays.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Everybody looks good, eh, Cage, until you go on that Tinder date, and then you get scared away. You start running.
That's why.
Do some some crying game shit. Are any of you old enough to remember that movie with William Hurt called The Crying
hold
Game?
on, Dave. First thing you have to do is bring them fucking swimming first time you meet them, and then you can tell after. Yeah, the illusion. Once water hits it, the illusion's gone. But yeah, I haven't seen the movie. You're always doing the movie references. Movies are good references because they love hiding shit in them, of course.
Yeah, but anyway, the story is basically it's a she, but he kind of likes it too, and he's not sure. It's really a weird movie, man. It really is. But it's
so what did McDonald's have?
And now it would be like a main story.
Was McDonald's ever confronted? Does anybody know? Did they ask McDonald's what is human DNA doing there?
Yeah, well, this is 2.5 minutes. Just check this out. I'm gonna make this all full screen for people that are on a phone too. So you guys are still on. It's just only this on.
They found teeth in the food, in the burgers, which linked it back to, was it not Wisconsin, Missouri or Wyoming, one of those states that's in the middle of nowhere where.
God damn it.
McDonald's try to pass the buck, try to blame it on the Americans, saying we got the food from the USA, it didn't come from here. And then they said, oh, you know what, that's probably somebody playing a prank. But they're closing a lot of branches down at McDonald's. And McDonald's traditionally, Nick, the last 40, 50 years has been one of the safest franchises you could buy, because what they do is they do a very, very detailed demographic study of where you're going to put these McDonald's, about the income of the people, where they are, the population. They don't just put them randomly. They're very, very specific about where they are. So human meat in the McDonald's food, including children's teeth that have been ground up and put in there.
What?
Very disturbing. But why? But why? It's where they hide the bodies. That's what they're saying. You know how many children disappear every year? Where are they going to hide? Say if there's 250,000 children disappear in America every year, where are all the bodies? You know, most people think, what are they going to do? Drive them along the highway? They always get discovered. They never bury them deep enough. You've got weather conditions that expose them, animals expose them. It's hard. You'd be surprised how difficult it is to hide a body. And I'll tell you why I know, Nick, because there's neither North or South Carolina. There's the body farm. Now, the FBI they use this as a training ground. So what happens is when the Americans die, they leave the body to science. And what they do in this ground is they put the bodies in different situations. One of them will be left out, one will be semi-buried, one will be fully buried, one will be buried upside down. They do all these experiments about how the decomposing the bodies helps them with the science when they find a murder victim or a body that they're not sure how it died. So, for example, if a larger man dies on his back, they can tell by the insects and how much fat has dripped out of his body underneath, how degraded the grass is and everything, to understand how long he's been decomposing for. So they know all about what happens with these bodies, how they do it. They've got all the forensic science about where they're from. And there's always genetic evidence.
Yeah, this shit's like, you know what this is? It's something that is going to go viral because it's fucking ridiculous. There's so many ways. They're not fucking putting bodies in McDonald's burgers and shit.
How do you know? How would you know the difference between a McDonald's sausage on your egg McMuffin
I don't
and
eat
human?
Shit, first
but what I'm saying, how would you know? You wouldn't.
If let's say anyone could get it tested, right? So go buy one, get it tested.
Yeah. Well, how do you think they found human DNA in that meat? They had to test it, didn't they?
I come from a number of ways. It's like someone mentioned feeding them to
Hey,
pigs.
here's a good question.
Pigs, for example,
How does a guy get away for years and years and years trafficking hundreds, if not thousands, of children around the world?
Yeah, pizza
Nobody
getting him.
know
Well,
about
look at someone mentioned pigs, right? There's this guy. His name is something Picton. I forget his first name. But what he was, he killed like hundreds of people in Canada and BC and fed them to pigs. He had a pig farm, and he's feeding the pigs to people after and shit. So in that way, yeah, you know, you can feed them to the animal. The pig will eat the bones. They'll eat everything, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the pigs won't pay you for it. You gotta understand how fucking
pigs do pay.
these
You
people
slaughter
actually
them,
are.
You slaughter
When they
them and
sit
eat
back,
bacon
when
and
they
shit.
sit back knowing that
You make your McMuffin off of
when
them.
they sit
You make
back
your
and they sit back and know that you're eating your own fucking children and don't even know it, they get a kick out of that, and they even get a bigger kick out of the fact
All right, well,
you paid them for it.
Look, when you get deep, I do believe some of this shit is happening. I want to put a pass on. I'm not, but listen.
Where do you think 250,000 kids a year are going?
Listen, think about even in the Jewish culture, for example, when they circumcise, the rabbi sucks the blood off of the baby's fucking penis and shit. It's very weird. It's a
sovereign has
and you know with the foreskin, you ever heard of like women nowadays, especially younger women around my age? They all like they're obsessed with their looks and that, so they get like a micro needling, like the higher, like, the more high maintenance one. They get micro needling. You know what that comes from? It comes from foreskin and stem cells from foreskins.
That's the schmuck.
Yeah.
That's called the schmuck. That discarded foreskin of a circumcision is called the schmuck. That's why we
a schmuck.
schmuck. Yeah. So yeah, we're this is, but you gotta look at this. Am I saying that the McDonald's fucking meat and shit is 100% all?
Well, who's gonna bring it?
No,
who's gonna bring it in and get it tested anyways?
Well, I don't know. Apparently somebody did. Here's the thing: they say human flesh tastes a lot like pork.
I don't know if someone could do it. Okay, look, McDonald's is a lot of people would, right? Because people would, okay, look, like you can go test shit, and then, if there's something wrong in it, you can sue the fuck out of them and make money off of them. So I'm sure some people have that motivation, right? Like, especially for a giant thing like that. People do it as small businesses even.
So now, think about this. Do you think that there's more than 250,000 McDonald's restaurants around the world, or even just in America?
The most is Starbucks and Subway.
Well, that's not what I asked.
When it comes to the chain,
I just asked.
There's probably more.
Okay, all right. So let's think about this. Like, so
around the world, they're everywhere. They're in
and if there's 250,000 kids go missing every year, I'm just saying these. Let's just say these are exact numbers. That would mean that you'd only have to run one kid a year through each fucking franchise, right? So I'm not saying it's all that. But it would be very convenient and pretty much undetectable if nobody knew or thought to check, to go ahead and process that body along with the rest of your pork.
And someone's name Sean said, who's putting out these missing kid numbers? Like, where are these numbers even coming from?
Well, see, this is the weird thing, is you have to go on a state-by-state basis because there's no FBI number. There's no federal number. So you have to a lot of times go on a state-by-state basis, and in some cases a county-by-county basis to get an exact number. Now, of course, that number is an estimate. There's not somebody there with a little clicker,
Sovereign, I've been down this fucking rabbit hole. I understand what's going on with this whole thing, right? With this pedophilia.
Well, you've murdered Cage. You've murdered kids. No, I'm not serious. I'm not serious.
Obviously,
I got you that one.
In all seriousness, the singularity, through my research at least, it all leads back to fucking Moloch. It has to do with some sort of magic ritual. Like, for example, Crowley talks about it and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's multifaceted.
It's
multifaceted.
Black magic type fucking shit.
All right, so if somebody wants to produce cocaine, right? They grow a field.
McDonald's.
Hold on, they grow a field of coca leaves, right? They grow a
It's
field
also
of
it's
coca
also
plant.
used as a form of fucking blackmail too. They grow a field of cocoa plants.
It's always multifaceted. Okay,
Yeah.
so on this aspect of it that I'm going at right now. Now, before I'd mentioned of abandoned or decommissioned Army Air Corps bases and Army bases that are they dot the southwest of the United States. These are supposedly being used. Now, if I wanted to manufacture cocaine, for instance, a drug, I would have to grow a bunch of coca plants and then refine that down into cocaine, right? Same thing if you're producing adrenochrome. You have to have a huge crop. Okay. And this is exactly what they do. They have huge crops. Now, part of the traumas that are used to adrenalize these children before they're harvested, okay, and they keep using them, milking them like cows until they're used up. And then
Yes.
they just dispose of them.
Pizza gating them. It's called
Yes.
pizza gating too.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, this whole adrenochrome thing, right? That idea came from a movie.
No.
But
From the movie. You're thinking from that movie, right?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
No,
or
no.
whatever.
That movie mentioned something that actually
No,
exists.
no. But this is what it is, though. Like I'm not saying it doesn't exist or anything, but I think it's more of an allegorical thing, right? Like I don't think maybe they have have an actual chemical.
No, because this goes right even down. This goes even right into the
But I think it goes back-
alleged ritual of blood libel.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish because I think it has to do with the sex magic shit. If you look into the OTO and the AA and shit, these guys are running Hollywood. That's
Some of it,
in.
yes.
I'm saying it's some allegorical thing. They're doing some sort of fucking weird alchemy.
No,
They're
dude, they actually literally have children in facilities
they're using,
that they are
using
milking adrenochrome
Yes.
from.
Yes, I'm saying they're using them in a ritualistic way.
Hold on a second, Cage. Hold on a
Yes,
second.
that too. That
Sovereign.
too, but not all of them.
Sovereign, you've stated about adrenochrome. Can you refresh my memory how they harvest it? Because I want to add to this too, right?
Well, the exact process, thankfully, I don't know what it is, but I do know what it consists of. All right. So what it consists of is, and especially in children, because it's not influenced through any estrogen or testosterone, because these things have not polluted, quote unquote, the system yet. This is the quintessential. This is the quintessential.
I got it.
Meaning of sacrificing a virgin. A virgin is not necessarily someone who's not had sex yet. A virgin is someone who has not gone through the energetic and physical change of puberty. Okay, so this is why they want them young. Also, like that woman mentioned, it's the closest thing you can get to God.
This, Dave, can I add to this before I forget it here? In Aleister Crowley's book, Magic and Theory and Practice, quote, a male, pretty much the most suitable thing to use to do some of this weird magic shit they're doing is a male of high intelligence, like a very small child, male of high intelligence is the most efficacious, in his words.
Yes, there is no doubt that there are selected children for these rituals. Absolutely, there are. However, what I am talking about primarily in this instance are actual harvesting labs.
Yeah.
Okay? Just like a cocaine processing lab, just like any other heroin processing lab, they're doing the exact same thing. Now, like I said, this goes back to the alleged Jewish ritual of bloodletting or blood libel. Okay.
Yeah, but in a way, you're looking at it too physically. It's not something
right.
physical.
So what they are doing,
higher.
You got to let me finish talking. Okay.
I know.
So what you have to understand is what they're doing. What happens is when you take someone to an extreme levels of pain, suffering, agony, and torture, and threat of death, the body produces a shitload of adrenaline that is in the blood. The blood becomes awash with this adrenaline. Okay. What they do is they harvest that out. through the blood. And in some instances, they just go ahead and drink the fucking blood. In these facilities, what they're doing is they're actually tapping the gland of the child and getting the full fucking drug, refining it and selling it.
Yeah, the adrenal gland.
Right. So these kids are just being used as like milk cows for this shit until they either reach a certain age or can no longer produce anymore, and it's just
I believe it's more of a magic type of ritualistic thing.
Well, you can do that. I would prefer to believe that there's the magic aspect of it in addition to this aspect of it, in addition to other aspects of it. It's not just for straight up
as above, so below, right? With
hold on.
I mean, you've got different classes.
In alchemy, for example.
I'd like to add something when you two are finished.
Yeah, I'm going to say one last thing. In alchemy, there's salt, sulfur, and lead, right?
Yeah.
In a way. So that represents, you need a physical thing too. Right? The ritual will not be complete without a physical aspect of it.
Right.
So that's what you're talking about. Because you have to bring it into fucking matter through action. Right?
Right. That would only require a very small number of children a year, as opposed to what we're talking about.
Yeah, if you slowly bleed
some are used for that. Some are used to just straight up sell back and forth several times a day, and some are used to harvest.
A lot of them are used for sick motherfuckers for sexual amusement and shit too.
Yes,
right? That's probably why there's so many of them, because you have to get rid of them after, right?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah,
it's sick.
All of it is. And so the reality of it is that this is something that we really need to make people aware of. We got to get out of our binary thinking with any of this shit. You either think it's this or it's that. A lot of times, what you got to understand, these people aren't fucking stupid.
Like
they do shit. Listen. They do shit that covers many purposes all at once. For instance, 9/11. That accomplished so many goals all at once. You see, we got the Patriot Act out of it. We got Homeland Security out of it. We got an endless wars in the Middle East out of it. We got all kinds of shit, insurance policies being paid off. I mean, it's always multifaceted.
But the main asset was the dark harvest of energy that made the dark negative field around the whole world.
Yeah. That
the
was
fear.
The magnetic
harvest.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you've caught Burn the Corporate Fictions channel. You've watched Ryan's channel, right?
I've caught a bit of his material.
Okay, so this is I don't know if you know who Gary Franchi is. He's a YouTube. Well, I don't know if he's still on YouTube or not, but he's on other platforms. I've seen him here recently, and this was a TikTok video where this woman she was killed. This woman was killed for putting this information out, but it's out there now, and this is on that secret 1781. Or 1871 fucking Constitution that they changed the shit over to, and we'll show that in a minute here. But yeah, you had some more thoughts on that whole harvesting thing, singularity.
Yeah,
go ahead. You got the floor.
You actually are both correct. Okay, because I don't know if anybody heard this Mexican. Not a myth. This creature was spotted, and they call it the chupacabra. It's like maybe 3 feet high. It has red eyes. It kind of looks like, I guess, a cross between a raccoon and a bear. I guess it looks really weird. The picture drawn from it, really weird. What they were finding when this animal was around was other animals with their adrenal glands completely drained, and they said this is a type of like little devil monster type of creature that just goes after the adrenals, drains the adrenal of the animal, and that's it, leaves it. So what you're saying about the adrenochrome, if I'm correct, is a possibility. It's very real. But also what Cage was defining as them doing rituals, yes, definitely. It's basically the pizza gating that traumatizes the kid, and when when the handler traumatizes the kid, and when the kid sees the handler, the focus of the kid goes to the handler with extreme fear, focus, projection, defining the handler or the handlers, plural, that have traumatized the kid are draining the kid of basically life force energy that he's producing now, dark, because he's been conditioned, traumatized to produce basically fear, scared, and all the dark traits of somebody who's been traumatized in any form or manner. So basically, it would be like them doing a double benefit of draining the kid of his adrenochrome and process, which is a very good probability. And also, the main fix that these cyberspace vampire sickos get off is pizza gating, traumatizing somebody, and then in their presence, this kid will be producing such a focus on this person. The cyberspace vampire, Pizzagate, or traumatizer is going to be absorbing the life force of the kid. But there's a catch to this. They're aware they're doing it. They are absorbing it, aware and focused. So defining, they're getting high off this kid's presence all the time, energetic field. So it's a dual way it goes. Yeah, it is quite sick what they do, and it does happen. It does happen. And this is what is happening to perceived people who are being gang stalked. No, it's not an illusion. They're not crazy. They're being basically pizza-gated on a different level where they can't really grasp what is happening. Organized harassments, gang stalking is actually dark entity manipulations and traumatization of pizza-gating using technologies. Basically, it's dark cyberspace vampires is exactly what we're dealing with. I just call them cyberspace vampires, reverse field cyberspace vampires that like to take somebody's joy. If there's a joyful kid, turn around to be like a miserable kid that's traumatized with negative energy, fear, and all the negative dark traits of what they harvest is dark reverse field loose energy. So yeah, you're both correct, and it is not a pretty sight. It is quite sick and twisted, the traumatization that is induced with these technologies they use too, and the so-called narcissism techniques, and the pedioing, this sex, and all the traumatization of the kid that they do.
Chukabars and all this. Pretty much how neuroscience and actual science we can prove some of these methods, right? So it doesn't have to be all these crazy names and stuff. If you can hear me, Dave. But to add on to respond to what Singularity was saying. So pretty much they've done studies where it's all electromagnetic field based, where they have one person completely in the dark. You know what I mean? They flash a simple light, or they make someone imagine that they're tapping another person. They're completely in the dark, completely soundproof, everything. And their EEG, their brain lights up as if the other person did it to them. So I'm saying some people kind of know this, so you can fuck with people and fuck with their subconscious mind. The universe is a mental construct. So let's say I flash a bunch of shit into it. Let's say I don't like the singularity. I don't like soul. I don't like human beings in general. If you're really good at certain methods, you can really fuck up a bunch of people. You can fuck them up all, because you're going to flash them. The shit is going in their mind either way, because it's all interconnected through the Earth's magnetic field. So you can manipulate that in many, many ways.
Yeah, it's easy to do. These Luciferians that study the...
So you don't have to call it any stupid fucking name, right? It's just basic, like how reality is formulated. That's just how it is. You can name it fucking whatever you want. Yeah.
The narcissistic traits is a perfect identification of what these people do with other integrated tortures and traumatization techniques.
Let me I want to put this up because I was explaining this earlier, and we're kind of going back and forth around all over the place, but it's just how my mind works. This is when I was talking earlier about why these companies are doing all this crazy shit that seems to be destroying them. Okay, this guy puts it right on out perfectly for you. So just check this out for a second. This is pretty cool.
There's 3 initiatives that are put down through the World Economic Forum. One is called CEI, one is called ESG, and one is called DEI. These initiatives are put down as social initiatives from the World Economic Forum, the most powerful people on the planet, through the banks to the big corporations. These corporations, unlike my business, actually depend on that financing 100%. So if they don't do the things that these three initiatives, the CEI, ESG, and the DEI say, they actually lose their funding. So they can't operate their business. So you say, well, aren't these people smart enough to understand why they're destroying their business? They can't not do it, because if they don't do it, they won't get their funding. So they can't operate. So they have no choice but to do it. And then they drive their business into the dirt. And here's why that's happening. Because the people who run these companies, the officers of the companies, are not the founders of the companies. These are people that are many generations removed and many degrees of caring about the actual brand removed. All right. So these people are college graduates who think they know a whole bunch of stuff because they have an advanced degree, and they're making decisions that are, basically about the money and thinking that eventually people will adopt this and it will stop. But it's not going to stop, and it's not supposed to stop. This is what people are failing to realize. What's happening is we are dealing with a communist insurgency that is undermining the values and the identity of the American public. What they are doing is they are intentionally creating a scenario where the American people rejecting this initiative is actually hurting iconic American brands that remove much of the American identity. So when you name these companies off, all of these companies represent America when you think of them traditionally. So now they're removing part of the identity, which is part of the communist process called demoralization. If there's less identity in America, there's less to fight for, which makes it easier to conquer. All right. Then on top of it, one of the goals of communism is to create two classes of people, very poor and very rich. And so what they're doing here is they are getting the American public to cancel their own companies that actually hurts their own neighbors who are good, hardworking American people. Because the people at Bud Light at the top are not the ones feeling the pain here. It's the delivery drivers. It's the hardworking red, white, and blue Americans that believe the same motherfucking shit that you all believe, who are getting fired or laid off or losing because of this. So they have run an operation to push this initiative down through the companies intentionally, where the companies cannot resist it because they're required to do so for their funding, knowing that the American people are going to reject it and destroy these companies, creating the lower class system that they're trying to create in the first place.
That should kind of explain it, hopefully. I love those videos, man. There's so much information in such a
All right,
little
so
period of time.
I know, it's great. Like, we know about all this shit, but how do we counter-react it? What do we do?
Well, I think we're doing exactly what needs to be done. You have to keep that. You can't just let, oh, well, that's old now. No, you have to.
I continue. You have to keep. This is how reality is formulated, right? Look, all these ideas are imprinted into our mind over and over and over again through repetition. So yeah, of course you have to repeat the opposite of it. That's how you change it.
When things are happening like this, and people just go, oh wow, this is just happening. I don't get it. When it's broken down and shown as to why these things are happening, then that kind of gets people's attention, and they pay a little bit more attention to it. They say, oh, so this and this and this are all part of the same goddamn thing. Oh shit, that makes sense. I get it now, Whereas they go, wow, I heard this have. We're trained to not look at the whole dot-to-dot puzzle. We're trained to look at individual dots. And when we just look at individual dots, we don't see the bigger picture. Unfortunately, I've been kind of blessed in my life to have somewhat of an ability to recognize patterns. I see things that are going on. I'm like, wait a second. These are connected. These things are all connected. And you start seeing what the overall goal of all these, what would seemingly be separate events, are actually all connected. And you see
everything is connected.
Bigger agenda.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, throughout your life, one thing, you hear, you have an understanding of a certain thing, and all of a sudden, a bunch of chains click, and you see the interconnectedness. Yeah. But you can go through different levels of it, right? It's like different degrees of it in a way. So
now this was beautiful.
It's the path, right? It's the path.
This let me see if I can pull this up. Ooh, maybe it won't let me. Let's see. Seem to be having issues here. Hopefully it'll come up. Ah, here we go. I got a title. Seems to be kind of slow loading now. I don't understand why. Probably because of the nature of what it's about. I'll wait for
Well, that tends to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
You
It's
should look
amazing.
into, if you really, I'd love to see your opinion. Like, you should look into magnetite, because there's billions of magnetite crystals actually, within your mind that you can see. And the chains of them are called magnetozones. So, yeah, there's something there with that. You should look into that.
Well, I've known there's a lot with magnetics. It's very, very
it's within your actual brain. Yeah. So it's like the hardware to the simulation in a way. So it's one of the aspects of how it works, right? Because how I figured, like even the ancient hermetics, the as above, so below, the polarity, causation, all that. Like even the universe is mental, right? And the Kabbalion and other hermetic texts, the Pymander, all those. So in these texts, like they pretty much they say this, which is true. Like they even knew the law of vibration. They knew that everything is actually not solid. When you look deep into it, everything is moving and
yeah, it's
changing.
all just frequency, energy, and vibration. It's just it. It's
So it's like the best way to understand reality, in my opinion, is looking into neuroscience. Why? Because it's like reverse engineering it. Right? If it's a mental construct, what makes you happy? Let's look into the hardware, right? Let's see how the hardware is built and how it reacts. Like the hippocampus, the temporal lobes, the amygdalas, left and right. And how does that refer to the pillars and stuff and to all these other things? It even goes back to 9/11, like the two pillars, Joaquin and Boaz. Right? It's very symbolic in a certain way. And destroying that, like destroying the ladder between the two and the trestle board. Like even masonry hides this. It's like of ancient Egypt. It's some of the last knowledge that they used to hide. You don't have to be a mason to study and look into it. The greatest mason they had in the last couple centuries was Manly P. Hall. And he was never a mason, but he was awarded the 33rd degree honorary, and I guess he accepted it. But he didn't have to do like the ritual, their kind of thing. You can understand the thing from a different perspective too, and get along with people. Not everyone's bad or any of that, Everyone's
well, it's so much that they.
What we're dealing with basically is the modern day Egyptians that left Egypt, so the pharaoh bloodlines that were into the dark harvest rituals with their sun god Ra. Basically, it's reverse.
Right.
You even said it, Gage. Reverse field engineering. Some of the ancient
exactly,
Egyptians.
But singularity. Think about this, right? If you have like these evil fucking people out to get you, you must have the opposite of it too, right? You can't have one without the other. So why don't we focus on that, right? Don't give up your power to like this unknown entity that you're your own worst fucking enemy. Look in the mirror, and you'll realize, look into your own fucking eye. You're the universe right there. You can pretty much control it.
Yeah.
So don't give up your fucking power, bro. That's it.
I definitely don't give up my power. I definitely know how to
be careful, but like all this stuff. This is why they call them rabbit holes. All this stuff's here to distract and kind of dissuade you. They're trying to fuck up It's up to you to make your decision. Yeah.
Reverse field technologies. They're all
What's
pretty well.
Inversion, entropy inversion, whatever you want to call it. So.
Well, there's even like I found here the other day, we know that the Watchers, see, this shit's all in our face. Okay, the Watchers, the fallen angels, right? The ones that were called the Watchers, they gathered on Mount Hermon, and this is where they made this oath to take human women as wives and the like, right? Okay, so now today there's a UN disengagement observer force that's stationed on Mount Hermon. An observer force, watchers, observers. What the? Throw
What
it
are they
right.
What are they observing?
Yeah, right. Well, it's right there above the Golan Heights. They're supposed to be engaged with some kind of a mission to make sure that they keep peace between Syria and um, what's in Israel and Egypt. See, this is the thing, that whole area, the Golan Heights, were stolen from by Israel during the 6 Days War back in 1967. So they gained that ground and they kept it.
Did any events happen on Mount Hermon in the past, though, or just like historical events?
Well, other than I'm not aware of any other than the biblical account of that's where the Watchers gathered. That's where they came down to, and they decided they were going to take human women, and that's where the Nephilim and shit came from. I just thought it was interesting that they have an observer force on the same place where the Watchers were gathered. I mean, I don't know what's in a word, right?
Well, the whole Enochian thing, right? But it's I think it's all allegorical, like most of this stuff, in a way.
Yeah. So, like I was saying earlier about this Constitution thing, right? This woman that you're about to see in this video, she died. They killed her, poisoned her for this. This is some fucking crazy shit. But just give it a listen, see. It's about 8 minutes, but we'll stop it we'll pause it as we go. But
do you get it? Do you get it now?
This guy was poisoned?
This lady lost her life. You're saying what she's about. But I've already said all this. And it's crazy how these videos come across my screen.
Welcome back to WHDT World News. I'm Gary Franchi, and joining me now is whistleblower from the World Bank, Karen Hudez, bringing the conclusion of yesterday's interview. Karen, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Gary.
Karen, when we concluded yesterday's interview, we were discussing, or you had brought up the new Constitution that was instated in the United States. So is the Constitution that we know today in effect, or is there a different Constitution you claim?
Unfortunately, we are being snookered by the Congress because every 2 years they reintroduce a state of martial law. And we are not under our first Constitution. We are under the second secret Constitution. What that Constitution provides is that our tax dollars are going to pay interest to the Federal Reserve. They're not paying for any of the services that we need in our country. Instead, where are we getting the money? We're getting it from the poppy fields in Afghanistan and the drug trade. That's how we're financing our country. This is a travesty.
Now, you mentioned that the secret Constitution allows for the interest to be paid to the Federal Reserve. But isn't that the Federal Reserve Act that we know that was established in 1913, when it was passed on Christmas Eve? So where does that law fall into place?
You'll remember that President Lincoln was assassinated by a Jesuit. That was
goddamn Jesuits.
In order to prevent the greenback dollars that Lincoln had issued directly by the Treasury Department. And so what happened was the bank of that day was then able to continue to earn interest on the currency of the United States. That was why he was assassinated. And the reason why we had that second Constitution enacted in 1871 is that is when the Revolutionary War debts fell due. As a matter of fact, one day I opened my mail and somebody mailed me the financing statement for those debts that, together with the unpaid interest on the debts, had accrued to the trillions of dollars.
No. The concept of a secret Constitution, some people might cry foul then, right? I don't believe a word you're saying because I've never heard of such a thing. How can those claims be substantiated?
Two ways. The first is that I will show you the minutes of the meeting of the patriots who met and looked at the State House records in Carolina when that secret constitution was enacted. And I can show you the financing statements for the Revolutionary War debt. That was the reason we got that second secret constitution.
So is that second secret constitution, who is it in favor of? Is it in favor of the people or the corporate United States?
It's in favor of the banks. It's certainly not in favor of the people. What happens when you have a child is your child is given a social security number. They estimate how many taxes your child is going to pay over his or her lifetime. And they take that birth certificate and they issue it on the capital markets and they earn money on it.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the birth certificate itself creates a monetary value on the books with the Federal Reserve?
I'm saying something much worse, actually. What I'm saying is that when every citizen goes into the court system, they are not seen there as themselves a U.S. citizen. They're seen as the person who had their birth certificate pledged. You're there as a debtor. You're not there as a citizen.
So because of the national debt, are you saying that Americans they're just born into debt and there's nothing that they can really do about it? They're debtors in the system.
We have been converted from human beings that are citizens of the Republic of the United States into chattel.
That word is chattel, not channel. The stupid closed captioning thing often is wrong, but chattel, that's what they realize. That's what they envision us as.
Chattel, that is a legal term for something which is property. We are now considered to be property of the Federal Reserve. We're not considered to be human beings and citizens of the United States.
That's a very strong statement. How do we reverse that? If that is in fact the true statement, how do we reverse that?
The first thing we do is we recognize it. We understand it. And then the second thing we do is we have that constitutional convention, which is our right under our first constitution, and we repeal that banker's constitution. We repeal it, we get rid of it, we do not want it, we do not need it, and we issue our treasury dollars backed by the gold out of the collateral account that has been offered to us.
Some people are very concerned about Article 5 convention, wherein you may have powers, money powers, that could inject themselves into that convention process where the Constitution is rewritten. A lot of people are very concerned that some of the very basic rights that are instilled and enshrined in the Bill of Rights would then be evaporated. Maybe the freedom of the press would be changed to only specific sanctioned outlets can speak freely, or even the Second Amendment would have to be rewritten to only allow certain people to carry firearms to protect others.
See, I don't worry about that because I think all that we have to do is just revert back to the original Constitution. There wouldn't be a need for a redrafting or anything, you know?
So there's a lot of people who do have valid concerns with an.
Hey, Sean Hawkins is here. Would you care to show this evidence you have that she is wrong? Because we're prepared, as Burn the Corporate Fiction has that evidence as well and can prove that what she is saying is actually legitimate. Do you have any evidence to the contrary? I doubt it. You can barely answer a question without having to ask your fucking Siri.
Article 5 convention. Do you share those concerns?
I say that that is a very good proof to me of just how corrupted our media is. Because if we had a true media that was representing the interests of the citizens, they would know that that is not a concern whatsoever, because what happens out of that convention is simply recommendations, which have to be voted up or down by 3/4 of the state legislatures.
Do you think the money powers would have enough lobbying capacity to lobby for those 3/4 of the states? I mean, if you think back to when the 16th Amendment was passed, even though it was passed illegally and it wasn't properly ratified by 3/4 of the states, it still became an amendment, and we now are under an income tax system. So if you think about 3/4 of the states ratifying an Article 5 convention, do you believe that the money powers could have influence in that process?
I would simply ask your viewers to take a good look at whether we have a second secret constitution, how we got that constitution, and whether we in the United States have the wherewithal to throw off those shackles. And if we don't, we deserve them.
So our good friend Sean Hawkins over here, he's a retard. Everybody knows that. We can prove everything that fucking woman is saying on there. That's what's so fucking hilarious. You can't even prove a distance to a fucking star. You can't even prove what a fucking star is, because nobody can, and you're fucking stupid. Where was that? What did he say up here? Insane, huh? Yeah. Well, if you could come up and refute it, if maybe even try to refute some of the evidence on it, if you wish. I mean, you don't really offer much anyways. You just want to, fucking idiot. And you, my friend, are the one that's anti-American, not me. I mean, I swear to God, Sean, if you suck the boot any fucking harder, you would shit shoe polish. That's no shit. That's no kidding, man. I bet the back of your throat is pure fucking black kiwi shoe polish. I guarantee it.
Oh, I want to add something here. Okay. When I first was researching about the birth certificate being a bond, it leads to stocks. There was this stock site that somebody recommended that you could access in the past, but I tried to access it a couple of years back, and no, you can't get in there no more. Yeah, so I put in my birth certificate number, and it was actually a stock and a bond worth, at that point in time, if I'm correct, was about 17 million. Now, whether somebody could access that or not, I don't know. I tried various ways. I even tried going into the bank, the main banks, of asking for certain bonds with certain name titles and stuff. There was nothing there, but definitely that birth certificate number that I still have my original one, and you need to have your original birth certificate. So if you lost that, you can't track it. But it actually leads back to a stock and bond that's worth a lot of money. There's a lot of money sort of accumulated from one's birth certificate.
Yeah, well, it's a bond.
Yeah,
it's a bond. Absolutely.
And that's why it's also printed. The original old birth certificates are printed with watermarks, exactly like money.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. The entire thing is a fucking scam, and it's sort of like, you got to look at it like this: unless you actually know where you came from, you don't really realize how fucked up shit is. You see, you really don't. It's sort of like, I like to use this analogy: if somebody was born inside of an insane asylum, and raised there, they would have no idea that the people in there were fucking crazy, right? They would be normal to them until they got a glimpse of how normal people actually are. Then they would realize, oh, wait. Yes, the birth certificate is a bond, Sean. Absolutely. Your social security number is actually part of a fucking routing number to an account that is a trust. Okay. And that is the bond to your trust. That's why it's made on fucking bond paper. Good God. Just quit, dude. Go rent your forehead, man. Really, why else would it be on bond paper, you stupid ass?
But the new birth certificate.
And you're just like, you know what? I think you're just maybe a Mr. B. You're just maybe, no, you're about as stupid as Mr. B is too. Yeah, I would have to say absolutely 100%. Did you guys ever look into the beautiful, wonderful Biden crime family? This
Biden.
Oh, there it is. Great. I have to do it.
You're cutting out, Sovereign. I don't know if you can hear myself.
Taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life.
In 1920, a stranger arrives in Chicago. In his hometown, New York, he only managed to make his mark as a small-time gangster among the other small-time criminals. Now he's ready for something new. His name?
Joe Biden.
In his own lifetime, he will become the biggest gangster of all time. Directly or indirectly, he's involved in practically every illegal business. Everyone is happy. The gamblers enjoy their game, the owners enjoy their profits, the corrupt police improve their modest salaries, and the king of the underworld continues to build his empire.
The possibility of being arrested, that possibility was low.
And last but not least, it is easy to manipulate the election.
Mr. President, you're running against Joe Biden. We have put together the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics. You're running against Joe Biden.
They bribed the officials, they handpicked the local candidates, they terrorized the voters.
On the one hand, there's Al Capone, a typical family man. On the other hand, he was a gangster.
Al Capone still believes he is untouchable.
Joe Biden has a deep, steep, and successful record over a long, long time.
On top of this, Capone makes a crucial mistake.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage.
So now it looks like they were all lying. According to Hunter Biden's lawyers, quote, Mr. McIsaac unlawfully shared Mr. Biden's property with third parties. Yes, the laptop, according to Hunter Biden's lawyers, belongs to Hunter Biden.
That's a problem for the President of the United States.
The American people are going to find out what truly is behind this Biden crime family.
On October 24th, 1931, after a 10-day trial, Al Capone was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison.
New sheriff in town. These are gangsters. These are bad guys. We all know now that we've known from day one, but now everybody knows that it's his computer and it's not Russian disinformation, which was a lie and a spin. The Bidens are the most corrupt people that have sold the country out more than any other occupant in the history of the White House.
Let me show you something here real quick. Okay, see that guy in the middle? That's Joe's brother. Okay, that guy owns another island that's just a few miles away from Epstein Island. Interesting, huh?
Out more than any other occupant in the history of the White House.
It was my own fault, Capone said. Publicity. That's what got me.
I think the general feeling was that he deserved it. There's a sense he was guilty of a lot of other things and that society would be better off if he were behind bars.
I thought that was kind of cool. Somebody put that together. They used part of a documentary or something that was about Capone, because obviously Joe Biden didn't arrive in 1920. That would make him over 100 years old. so they used that, and I saw where they messed up and said, that Capone, and then Capone did this, that, and the other. But in any case, I thought it was pretty creative. I run across so many little things like that I just go, wow, that's really creative, man.
I'll have one thing to say is all these corrupt government have a day they least expect arriving. That's all I'm going to define. I also know this in the future, the military turns on the government and arrests all the corrupted heads. It's going to happen. Military shall be regulated by a complete different force than the government. They shall turn on the government eventually.
Well, you see, this is going to be a big problem too when we have our international sovereignty dissolved through this this whole treaty with the WHO. This is going to be some scary shit. Now you're going to see some serious medical laws and shit start taking place. This is going to be crazy. And how are they going to get people to go ahead and go along with it? Well, if they have a patent on your DNA, you're going to have to. So just saying. Yeah. So you guys may be aware of James O'Keefe and him getting fired from his own thing, Project Veritas. This is an interesting little short video. Kind of goes into why. One of the possible reasons. I think it's kind of legit. We'll check it out real quick. I kind of like doing this, just kind of covering over a plethora of different things. And anybody wants to come up and talk about it, we'll do that. So let's see. This one's right here.
Anyway, Sovereign, I have to take care of a few things. I might return a little bit later, but anyways,
all right.
Thanks for having me here. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for everybody that participated, and I'll see you all later.
Right on, brother. We'll see you after a bit, man.
See yourself.
So this is pretty good. Well, what happened? There we go.
Quote, it was like me and two other colleagues who were there on January 6th outside, and we were just having fun. I know I'm supposed to be traumatized, but like all these colleagues who are in the Capitol building were like, oh my God, it was so scary. I'm like, F off. What do you want?
That's Matthew Rosenberg of the New York Times asking me what I want. Only one thing, Matt, the truth. It's a disturbing video that shows Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden discussing what to do and deciding to frame the protesters.
These people have crossed the line by threatening our democracy, have given a shoot to kill order for any breach of the Speaker's lobby. Every one of these maggots must be prosecuted. Yes, I agree. No more protests in our capital.
The video paints a troubling picture of the political power brokers attempting to spin the narrative to protect their own interests. This is not just about the protesters, but about the lengths to which those in power will go to protect their own interests. We will now show you this video and let you decide for yourself what really happened on that fateful day.
Listen, sweetheart, let the men handle
Are
it.
you even listening to me?
Why don't you let me finish?
Congressional staffers were almost killed. I thought I was going to die.
This is an adult discussion.
The public doesn't fear us anymore, and you better do something.
What am I supposed to do?
Do your fucking job, Nancy.
Alexandria, let's both be patient and respectful of each other's ideas.
Let's take a step back and look at the big picture.
Oh, Joe, I don't even have anything to say to you. If we don't make sure those who perpetrated this mayhem are brought to justice, we are all dead.
This was a mostly peaceful protest.
I don't care why they were there. Violence, non-violence, doesn't matter. We can't allow those who showed up to get away with it.
They can't allow protesters to get away with it.
They use anonymous sources. They say people familiar with the matter. And of course, that's not what we do. We show the lips moving. We show the videotape.
So, kind of telling. Yeah, you're going to get fired probably for that. You go up against the establishment that hard. I mean, you got to look at who your boss is. Mr. What are they? Redstone? Or which it's one of those. So that's some pretty crazy shit. So shut up, Joe.
How's it going, Solomon?
Not too bad, Axis. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm been trying to sleep through the heat of the day. I enjoy staying up at night, do most of my best work at night. But I left you that message where I had been working with frequencies and vibrations.
Uh-huh.
And what I've managed to do is I have a small studio here where I still record music.
Mm-hmm.
And I was taking the different approaches to vibrations per track in the whole score, and I was using like the 5 platonic solids, the 6th one being the hyper diamond, and I was using different frequencies per track, reaching like penta frequencies, 5 different frequencies in one track, and watching and observing the different conditions and moods that it would affect, like animals, humans that come over. They didn't know I was guinea pigging them, but it's nothing that's going to hurt them. But I've taken this to an even higher level of being able to try and get the body to resonate at certain frequencies and transfer that frequency to another human being. I mean, I use music and tones and frequency as a medium, but I've been working on here these last few days being able to do that physically with the body. Now, manipulating environment and being able to play with cymatics on speakers and stuff, that's self-evident that the practicality's there. But I've run out of frequency range. I don't know if I'm going to have to customly write something myself that will obtain such a level of frequency that is beyond audible and that I'm not capable of achieving, or whether there's various multiple frequencies that I can use put together over top of each other and possibly achieve the same thing. But that's what I've been.
That. You'd have to get up into the ultra frequency sound range.
Right. Which I'm capable to go to the point of almost inaudible. Well, actually inaudible. I got my notes here. And the thing is the body, you know everything that is around us and everything that's on this plane of existence is frequency, energy, and vibration. Vibration being the fundamental of what allows a particle to manifest as whatever it's going to be, a tree, a dog, a human, a plant, a rock. These are all variables of frequencies created into matter.
Mm-hmm. That's why I often say that our reality is comprised of a giant symphony that we hear with our senses.
Oh, absolutely. I 100%, 100%. And I can prove that. I can now, and I don't need anybody's help, anymore to do it, or anybody else's input on it as far as, this is what it is, because I've proven it. Cymatics will teach you, and then the little messing with water will also, you can use symbols instead of intent on water when it comes to plants, and you can use it on the plants, and the vibration of a symbol or a sigil works just as well as if you put your intent into that water or that plant.
Mm-hmm.
And I've managed to put together, let me get my notes here. There we go. Yeah, it's the changeover is the hyperdiamond, which changes from 3-dimensional sound to 4-dimensional sound. And you've got the 5 platonic solids, and the 6th one, which is a transitional solid, if it's turned inside out, takes you to 4-dimensional sound. So you can also achieve multi-dimensional frequencies as well as, subsonic or generalized frequencies. But I've been using naturalized, like Fibonacci, sacred geometry, golden section type mathematics to determine frequency waves. But multiplying these has a stronger effect than if you're playing like a binaural beat at 430 seconds. If you have multiples of these, you can direct them with a unidirectional speaker, not an omnidirectional, to different points of the body and experience change that way too. You can also influence your atmosphere completely.
Yeah, I see that.
But what I've been doing with this is kind of everybody has speculation. Everybody, runs around with what can we do? What can I do? What this, that, and another. Well, certain chemicals that have been added to certain human bodies work off of frequencies. There's also a frequency to neutralize that or to dead space it. And if you haven't got the shit at all, then the frequencies you are being hit with can be neutralized with various other frequencies. So if you have a distorted frequency, let's say you're in 4/40ths, which is a distorted frequency, and you are able to put more influence on the wave that you're projecting, whether it be through speakers or your voice, you can cancel that wave out. It becomes a subwave underneath the dominant wave. Mm-hmm. And it neutralizes the field around you. And you can also do this to the human body too. Tesla, when he almost brought the bridge down, what was that? I can't remember whether it was Colorado or New York, one of the other ones, when he got the resonating machine, and he almost, but you can do the same with the human body.
Royal Rife had a thing, man. This guy named Royal Rife, his name was Royal Rife.
I don't think I've heard of him.
Oh, dude, look into him. The AMA actually had a banquet in his honor to the end of all disease. And then they quietly put that away, and you never heard of anything about it again. But
I don't mind sharing this stuff with you and the other channels. You run into what I call the YouTube scholar, who watch about 4 or 5 videos on something, and suddenly they've got a degree in it.
Yeah.
And I can't stand those guys. And secondly, this is information that could actually harm people, because I've seen the effects of that too, fucking around stupidly. But I do and run my own experiments on things, and here I feel comfortable with you. I don't think that I'm going to run into a situation where I've got to try and squeeze out actual evidential fact, which has been proven from beyond Tesla all the way back to the megalithic days to present time. There's no need in arguing the point. The fact is it works. The key is to finding which frequencies, whether it be in golden geometry, platonic solids, 4th dimensional sound, there are ways to neutralize your environment and also disarm various toxins in the body, different intrusive things that you may encounter. You catch what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But this is where I'm putting my field of study at, because I've been in music forever. You know, I was a musician for a long time, and but everybody sits around and with the speculation, and they got a lot of vocal vibrations going on, but nobody's truly applying themselves to discovering solutions and ways to counter the problems that we're dealing with, unless it's kinetics, you know, or bug out or whatever, you know. But I think meeting it headlong here in the city with what I've been working on is an avenue that if I could get those frequencies right, I could distribute that on CD to friends, family, you know, people
Well, there's actually, you can right now, you can go on, and I don't know how good they are or anything else like that, but it might give you a starting point to go by. You can go on like online and do a search for a Royal Rife machine, right? And there's people that are actually selling these things. Let me see if I can find one here. Well,
because at the moment I'm posting all my songs that have various frequencies in them. I'm posting them on my channel, and I try to tag each frequency with a video that kind of goes along with what that frequency is, so nobody knows what I'm doing, but I can look at the video and realize that, okay, this video here is dealing with these waves.
Well, okay, so here's let's see, is this thing almost over? Second, when this one gets done, this little video here, I found a where you can buy these machines online. There's a site where they've got like the books to it and everything else, like what he'd already found, the different frequencies of different ailments and shit too.
Really?
This is really interesting. Yeah. I'll pull it up here in just a second. This is almost over. I think that's really an interesting thing. Which one of these is a sphere? Is this first one here a sphere? This is what your eyes can do to you. Nope. It's a cup. Look at that. It's only half of it. But still, that would appear spherical. I can understand it. How about that one? No, that one's flat as a pancake. Well, this
That's
one
the
here.
problem with vision being only two-dimensional.
See? There, that one was concaved, and that one at the end was the actual sphere. So just by observing an object from a distance, you can't really tell. You know, your eyes can fool you. But anyway, let me bring this thing up. This is the present share screen, where the top right machine. This is like right from their company. This thing's 26. Now let's see, you got the Ultra Deluxe Standard package is $2,695. But it's got your frequency thing. I don't know exactly how the thing works or what you have to do with it. But there was also, I saw that there's a book, the Rife Handbook, infrared accessories. You guys are seeing this, right? Yeah, okay, good. Because I'm over on that screen. So they've got like a whole shitload of devices involved there. As you can see, when I put in Royal Rife machine in my search, it came up with a whole bunch of stuff. Here's even a Wikipedia article about Royal Rife. Let me see, I can put that link to that wiki, and I don't necessarily suggest that people use Wikipedia really for any fucking thing, but this will kind of give you an idea as to who the guy was and what he was about. I'm also surprised. Yeah, I had never heard of him up until just a couple of years ago myself. I wish Ryan hadn't left. I was getting ready to ask him. He was going to just throw some shit out there about what old dumbass Sean Hawkins, why he was wrong. Of course, Sean doesn't care if he's wrong. He just blows his face and says shit that he doesn't have any idea of what the fuck he's actually saying, you know? If it's not on Siri or
much of that going on anymore. YouTube has a detrimental thing about people who have a little bit of wit, and if they watch something on, say, quantum mechanics, and they watch 3 or 4 things on it, suddenly they're bores, or you know, they're Max Planck, and
that's called Dunning-Kruger effect. It is. That's what it's called. It's called Dunning-Kruger. And that's where somebody get a little bit of information on one thing, and all of a sudden they're a fucking expert on it. You know?
Yeah, 'cause at 11 years old, you know, my handbook to life was Richard Bach's Illusions, Jonathan Livingston Seagull and Illusions. And that was at 11 years old, man. And that really split my head open pretty heavy, you know, and from going from metaphysics into physics, into quantum physics, then into quantum mechanics, then into, you know, particle research, and then making a full circle back around to almost where I started with the metaphysics. You know, that's a journey, man, and that's a journey that's taken me years. And some of these kids that come off, man, with this attitude, they're like 25 years old,
mm-hmm.
you know, and I'm like, I don't even bother. What's the point, you know?
Right.
But that's why I said I got a lot of appreciation for what you got going on here, because, you know, I'm sure you've been there and back.
Yeah. This is an interesting thing. That same woman that we saw in that other video that Sean was having a period over. This is her again, and she actually is talking some serious truths here. Listen to this shit. This actually got her killed.
Poisoned by arsenic, and I'm making a lot of progress. As you can see, I'm doing okay. Last night, I don't think people really wanted me to update you because somebody slammed me to the floor very hard. And slow me down at all. Just made me a little sore, and I'm going to have a little backache for a while. But the reason why I'm being picked on is because I'm just standing in for every single person, because we're tired of the corruption, and that corruption is coming from the paper money. Many people understand this. There are more and more people that understand what's going on. We call them the critical mass, and because these people do understand this, we're in a different reality. We're going to be doing things differently. The main thing that we're going to be doing differently is we're going to be deciding things for ourselves. And the way that's going to happen is we're going to cut off the money that's going to something called the banking cartel. That's Wall Street. That's all the biggest firms on Wall Street. And there are people that are behind those firms. That's called the black nobility. These people have been in charge at least 9,000 years ago. We know this because of the pyramids. I prepared an outline, and I had some very interesting documents which I uploaded on my social media, and the links were cut down 3 times. So I put them back up, and we may have to contend with some more links being broken. I'm doing things a little bit differently. I'm learning from experience. The reason why I've been involved in the position that I'm in is because I was in the right place at the right time. At the end of World War II, Jose Rizal, who was then something called the Black Pope, that's the superior general of the Society of Jesus, and his lawyer was Ferdinand Marcos. They created the World Bank and they deposited the world's wealth in the World Bank. And I was in the World Bank legal department for over 20 years. And I've actually never left the legal department because I was reinstated because they realized that we were all working together. And I've given you recently some documents from the executive directors and the audit committee of the World Bank Board to show you that everybody understood. One of the things that I've been telling you about is the real history. What we think happened in 1000 BC was actually happening in the Middle Ages. And the Russians, Moscow State University, Mr. Fomenko, has written a series of volumes to explain exactly how that is.
Jesus.
And the way they did this was they looked to see where the eclipses were and where the eclipses happened. And they also looked to see who was active in history. And they found that the same groups were active, and it was just repeated time and time again. You have to understand that what you've been taught in the universities about history is all inside out and backwards. And you can actually look at the cities that are buried off the coasts to see what this group was. And enough of us know that we've been duped, and we're not going to continue to believe all these lies. One of the documents that I've showed you recently was the way I was working together with the board of executive directors.
Come on.
And the representative of the Netherlands, Peter Steck, he ended up having a meeting with Jim Wilson. Wanted to get to the
And that, I think, is the same guy that they were talking about that was that Dutch banker that he finally he said, nope. See, this is big. This through the Netherlands and Belgium, there's some serious weird shit going on in both of those places, man. So yeah. Some interesting stuff. Interesting. Anyway, I'm going to get ready to kind of wrap it up here. I don't want to go marathon here tonight, but I just wanted to cover some of the crazy shit that's going on and, get people kind of thinking about this. There's a lot of things that we just can't explain about these kids coming up missing. Why are they pushing all of a sudden all this craziness? Why is it the fucking news programs are almost like some kind of a Saturday Night Live sketch anymore? I mean, it really is. It's terrible. Yeah. Half the time I'll see something, I'll see something come across like, Facebook or Twitter, and I'm like, what? No, that's got to be Babylon B or something, right? And then come to find, nope, it's not. It's not Babylon B. Not at all.
I asked a question in the chat. Maybe you got a little bit of insight on it. It's my understanding, I mean, not only what happened with 911, but with the old C-19er, whenever Trump initiated the emergency, the national emergency, didn't that hand power over to the Fed from the government, general government?
They used War Powers Acts, bro. Look, they never rescinded that emergency act, right? You remember when they was going to use all the different companies to make fucking ventilators and shit? That's the same thing they did in World War II, where they took all the factories and turned them over to war effort, right? All the auto companies in Detroit, they were converted over to start making tanks and airplanes and all kinds of other shit, right? So this is still in effect. Ventilators was just a cover for it, right?
Well, I kind of thought that was something that we were working with, because you're right, it is a clown situation with what's going on with what we used to consider established government. And the only thing that I could come up with is they're kind of putting on a song and dance monkey show, because the federal government and the Emergencies Act is what's actually pulling the wheels behind us.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with Congress, has nothing to do with the Senate, has nothing to do with any of them, because they're not actually the governing power at the moment.
No. And I think if you've watched my son's channel, Burn the Corporate Fiction, he goes right into that. Yeah, it's you've been under a state of martial law for your whole life. Your whole fucking life, you've been under a state of martial law. You didn't know it. They treat us as the enemy as enemy combatants. That's how we're viewed. And people
that's
still
how we're even spoke of now. I mean, we're spoke of in that way by the I guess facade of a government that we're under right now, and not the actual representatives of the government that we're under.
Don't say it again now.
I said we're even spoken of as like own property and enemy combatants by the puppet show government we got right now.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that. They hear about this farm bill, that farm bill, this other farm bill. They don't realize that you're part of that farm.
Exactly.
Cattle.
Exactly. And what the woman was saying about the American citizen, yeah, we became equity. We are a global commodity and a resource that is carrying the weight of any type of wealth that this country has right now. We're it.
Well, yeah, of course. And that's what it is that and through that certificate, it's estimated how much taxes and shit that person will engage in throughout their average lifespan. And there's a monetary amount based on that, placed on that bond.
Yeah.
John Hawkins, that we call a birth certificate, that's printed on what kind of paper? Oh, that's right, on bond paper. So, yeah, and they basically declare you dead and mortgage your shit right off the bat. Welcome to Earth.
Yeah, it's good to hear that. I wish that was actually spoken of a little bit more, because I don't think that, especially this generation, not that they would give a shit, you know, these newfangled kids or whatever they are, but you know, I'm sure there's some of them out there that would really appreciate knowing that type of information, and you know, at least given half a chance to alter the situation for themselves so that they didn't become so victimized.
Well, you know, this is the thing, like this guy here, this Sean Hawkins, and I look at others of his ilk that are so in love with their servitude and slavery. You see, they're extremely in love with that. And why? Because they're scared. They're fearful. They're cowards. You see, what they realize is that freedom is scary. Deal with it. You know?
Yeah, it is.
So freedom can be scary, but the coward will seek the comfort of the emperor's robe, you see, and he will even go as far as to kiss and lick the hem of said robe in order to be protected from perceived dangers, instead of manning up, just sack up and take care of business, you know. And that's why those are cowards, people that love their government, that trust their government. These are cowards, because nobody really trusts their government. Nobody can look at NASA and say, oh yeah, sure, that stuff's real. I believe that 100% and really mean it. If they do, they've got to be dumb as a fucking post, because it's as simple, man. If you got to fake something, you don't got something. That's right. You know, if you got a legit thing, then hey, you know, you're going to have to do a little better than wire harness somersaults.
Well, I tell you, I skirt the edge so close sometimes, man. My feet and palms get sweaty because, you know, I know the consequences for my actions. You know, I'm not stupid about that. And I know, you know, by me not cooperating, those are probably going to get more substantial. But you know, I've had sweaty feet and palms, man, from brushing the edge so close, and I can't bend. I can't do it, man. It's just
yeah. Listen, I have principles, I have standards, I have what you may consider a code. Okay, and I'm not going to break that. I'm not going to break that just because some fucking twinkle toes up in the goddamn marble palace writes some shit down on a piece of paper. I don't give a flying fuck about the legality of it. I look at the lawfulness of it. And people don't realize lawful and legal are two different things completely.
Right.
Two different. Man cannot create law. He can only observe law. Law has already been created. It's immutable. All right. All man can do is make dictates and decrees. You see, and often those decrees or legislation, legalities, are often in contrary to what is lawful. An example we use often is the institution of slavery. Although it was perfectly legal where it was being practiced, it was completely unlawful from the perspective of natural law and or God's law. Because you're creating a victim.
Unless you go back to the Torah and you're an Orthodox, you know. Now,
well, there again, do you ever have the right to put anyone else into a hardship?
Well, I would think not, unless they decided that that was the only necessary way to survive, to get their next meal.
All contracts must be voluntary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They would have to step up for that, kind of like what Canada's doing right now with the euthanasia.
Well, it's like this. Look, here's the difference, right? If I tell you under threat of violence that you have to plow my field, that's slavery. Okay, that's slavery. That's totally unlawful. That is a totally unlawful thing to do. Now, however, if you are willing for compensation to plow my field, and the compensation is agreeable to me, then by all means, I can do that. Now we've entered into a contract, and I do have full charge over if you're not doing a good job, I can tell you about it or take that contract back. But that's how it should be, always voluntary.
And that's the way that I observe it, because to me, in a sense, they have forced society into a position of selling themselves out as virtually slaves. I mean, it's either you do this, earn this wage so you can survive, or you can go homeless and live down by the river.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you know the ins and outs of things, you're probably going to wind up given to one of the two, the river or servitude. And that's just my problem with it.
With the whole thing, they take you and force you by law to send your kid to a government indoctrination system for 15,000 hours that is merely training them how to be an obedient servant. That's it.
Yeah, and for that particular generation span, because they're going to change it up in the next generation. So
it's like you were saying, this information needs to be getting out to people. People need it, and it is. That's the thing. It is. It's going to hit critical mass. Not just this, but even with flat Earth, the true nature of the realm in which we live, it's going to hit critical mass. You've got a lot of people out there right now, and especially big, even YouTube channels that are what I like to call closet flat earthers. Okay. And they are fully on board with it, but they will not say anything publicly for the fear of what it may do to their reputation, what other people might say. And it's even on smaller scales like that. And yes, you're going to catch shit for it. But are you willing to obscure truth to save face? I mean, it's still truth.
Exactly. I kind of take, as far as that goes, the first day that I heard Black Sabbath, that same feeling of rebellion, resentment, and kind of a truthful look at things. As scary as people took Black Sabbath, which I didn't. It was great music to me. I never changed that attitude. So my reputation has been scorned from the beginning of Black Sabbath, the first time I ever listened to them.
Yeah.
So,
and when I was probably, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe around that age when Black Sabbath first hit the scene. And my older brother, he was 10 years older than me. And he had that first Black Sabbath album. You remember that ghostly looking woman? Yeah. Okay. That fucking album cover gave me the creeps, man. It did, man. I was scared of that because I was also looking into some of the, had been looking at some of these books of some of that spirit photography they did back in the early 20th century. And I was, and seeing that, and then that thing, I was like, ooh, that's a fucking ghost. Get it away from me, So I have my friend Voynich is in the chat. Good to see you tonight. Brian told me you was giving him shit over there, and so I popped on and was watching, and you was holding your shit good on that Paul enslaved shit the other day. That was fucking great. You make a lot of great logical points. They don't know what to do. People fall to pieces when the fucking logic starts hitting them. They don't know what to do. This is
that whole channel, that whole thing with what Paul's doing over there. He won't take responsibility for what's coming off of his channel that seeps into other people's channel by his suggestion and influence. And that's why I give Paul shit. Is take some responsibility for what you're creating here, ass.
Yeah, I just as soon not even fucking engage. It's like I couldn't believe it. I put a message in the comments because I was like, holy shit, is this still going on? I think it was over on Jack Talcott's channel. Well, where I think they were, but I can't recall. They sent me a link and I looked and there was Paul and I think Jack was there. I think Austin Murphy might have been there too. I forget, but anyway, Voynich was giving him fucking hell. I was loving it, man. It was great.
I've seen that. I watched that. I've went up against Paul a couple of different times, and he can't stand me. But the fact is what he's doing, and this resorts to every channel, not just his, but whenever you take a stand and you start getting a following, and that starts bleeding over into other channels, and your bullshit is being mimicked and parroted without any substantial backing by people that's just heard your bullshit, and you're causing disruption, chaos, and disorder on other people's channels, and even going as far as discouraging them, I can't stand for that.
I mean, and it's in a way, it's a form of black magic. You keep harping some shit like that at a person to the point where they start to accept it subconsciously, and then it'll start to manifest itself. You see, I recognize it for what it is. That's why I've often told them, I said, you're fucking amateurs. Stop. Just stop. You don't have no idea who you're up against, man. Just stop. Your shit doesn't work with me. Quit. Another one I haven't seen much of either. I guess I tuned in just before he dropped off there, but I guess that Z was on there too. And I haven't seen nothing out of him. I haven't seen nothing out of him in fucking since March.
He fired up today.
Oh, did he? Did he do a video?
Yeah. Well, apparently Talcott has been absent from that group over there for a couple days. They got into it over some stupid shit, and now Paul's having to wing it, so he's bringing in Z and several other people. He's even using OTW, and he's trying to create a new foundation without Jack.
That's whose channel it was on. It was on OTW's channel.
Yeah, that guy's a slime, man. We'll
Well,
gotta
you
watch
must
him.
see, I've never had any problems with him. And then I went to put something in the chat and I looked and it didn't go through. And I was like, what? I'm blocked on OTW? What the fuck? What's up? He just like, he totally drank the Kool-Aid, man. I don't know what
Yeah, he
happened to
did.
that guy. But anyway,
But see,
fuck him, I don't care. You know?
Yeah, it's unimportant. It's just YouTube politics. I was just saying, man, if you're gonna have shit bleed over into other channels, take some responsibility.
Check this out. This is pretty goddamn funny right here. This is good. Watch this.
So for all those Republicans in Congress criticizing me today for high gas prices in America, are you now saying we were wrong to support Ukraine? Are you saying we were wrong to stand up to Putin? Are you saying that we would rather have lower gas prices in America and Putin's iron fist in Europe?
Yeah. Yeah, super yeah. We get cheaper gas? Yeah. Why would you even ask that question? Was this an option the whole time? I'm going, yeah. I'm saying yeah. My vote is yeah. Yes.
It's like, yeah, fuck yes. It's what? Yeah. You mean was this an option the entire time? I love it, man.
Right?
It's like, yeah, that was, oh, wait a second. I didn't know we had that choice.
Yeah, when was that given out?
Oh.
Yeah, anyhow.
Right? So this is a real short one. I'm just gonna show a couple here. Let me see if I can get this to go big. Oh, that's as big as I can get it. Okay. Hang on, let me. All right, so damn it, come on. God bless it. Oh, wait. So these dudes went in and was robbing this fucking store. He was going in and robbing this store, and this guy's just like standing there, and he just pulls out a bunch of.
I love my country, love my freedom, fuck the welfare, now I don't need them. Shotgun race from the woods to the plate, ain't never went home.
Probably give me copyright or something for that fucking music. That's it, man. No, that's how it's fucking done.
Yeah.
That's how it's done. Look, didn't even have to waste the resources of the police. Everything's on camera. You see it's justified. It's legitimate. Boom. Take them out. Let the bodies hit the floor. You know, I mean, you got to play by their, if they're not playing by any rules, man, they ought to be glad that we are actually playing by some rules. You know,
that's very true, man. That's very true, especially for our vets.
Well, look what's going on in Venezuela right now.
Right?
The people just said the hell with this, and they started rounding up these gang people and fucking executing them in horrific fashion too. You know, like an example to the rest of them. These people are running scared and running for their lives now from the citizens of Venezuela. I think it's fucking fantastic.
I look for some of that to transpire here in the States because of the insurgents at the border.
Oh,
I look for them to start establishing little networks and gangs and trying to strong arm for survival in the States. And I look at, some upstanding citizens to start taking charge over that shit within the next year or two.
So I found this pretty cool video. This is kind of cool. This is kind of keeping with what we look at here. Y'all get a gander at this. Now, let's see if we can get it to come in here now. There we go. 130,000 feet, no curvature, no fisheye lens. Look at that hot spot under that sun. Look at that hot spot under that sun. And see, maybe we'll see the moon. Look at that. That's fucking amazing, isn't it?
Who took the pictures?
It's a video camera hooked onto a balloon.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
130,000 feet. What's that work out to be? Let's see.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me see. I got a unit converter. Let me go to that. 100. What did it say? 130, right? God damn it. Come on. Come on, stupid thing. There we go. 130,000 is I'm trying to find where's the miles? There it is. It's 24.6 miles high.
Wow, that's neat. I have never seen that perspective. That's cool. Yeah, it's flat as a board.
Or whatever. You're not high enough to see. What, make up your mind. You can't have it both ways, man. But they always do try to have it both ways. It's just amazing to me. It just really is. And I don't know. I there again, that gets me right there into the NPC zone. You know what I'm saying? Where
yeah.
How can you, and especially when it comes to some of these channels, it's like, how can you, after all the information that you've been privy to and all the debating you've done, not come to the proper conclusion? So you're willingly trying to deceive people, which means that you're actually part of the establishment. You see, that's the whole thing. I mean, and they always want you, oh, look at the sky. No, fuck all that. Here's what you can do. If you want to even begin to prove to me that you live on a scientifically impossible globe, okay, you have to demonstrate curvature. You have to prove curvature. You have to prove 7.9 inches per mile squared. And so far, you can't do it. The second thing you have to prove to me is that you can have a gas pressure system inside of a void without containment. Because without two things, you don't have shit. I don't give a fuck what's up in the sky or what you saw up in the air through a telescope or any other goddamn thing. All I know is if I'm trying to tell if my floor is level or plumb, the last goddamn thing I do is look at the lights in the ceiling. Real simple.
Words of wisdom.
They obfuscate with shit. See, that's what the thing is. They always want to obfuscate you with that shit. And it's like, well, I don't really give a fuck what about that right there. What we have to first establish is there should be measurable curvature. And people are so goddamn easy. This whole Eratosthenes thing don't even make any sense. How in the fuck did he even communicate to anybody 500 miles away? When he was doing his little sticks and shadows bullshit.
Right.
I mean, right? How did he say, okay, now check it. Where's the shadow? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that may work on a sundial, but that don't necessarily work for radius and distance.
And a sundial will actually show only local time. Okay, now we got this thing with the time zones, and there's some screwy shit with that. like the 3-hour difference between Russia and Alaska. You know, when
Right.
it's, you know, when it's 3 a.m. in one, it's midnight in the other. Are you shitting me? Get out of here with that. What are you talking about? And when you look at the time zone maps, this is how they try to cover that up. They'll have the extreme west of the United States on one side and the extreme east of the other on this side. But it's right there where those meet at that international date line. That's where you run into some fucking screwy shit, man. 3-hour difference, time difference between one time zone and the next. What are we doing there? Have we incorporated that into this phenomenally mysterious flight to 24 nonstop flight that supposedly only takes 12 hours? See, that's the thing right there. There's one of two things happening. Either they're fucking with times or that plane is going much faster than they tell us, because we already have determined that they're not going around a goddamn ball. Otherwise, we would be able to prove curvature. We would be able to prove convexity, right?
Well, if you ever look at any of the aviation, I'm sure you have. You know, there's some discrepancies in there that are pretty heavy discrepancies that even confuse me. I mean, you know, not that I'm, you know, very literate on aeronautical maps, but I am smart enough to go, no, this ain't working.
Well, yeah, that's there again. I think even in that, even within our own known world, I believe that they may be hiding land.
That's a good possibility.
You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, how many of us actually really on our own go explore the whole world in the oceans?
No.
We don't. We take scheduled routes and ships to this place or that place. And, oh, you don't want to go down there, you'll get lost at sea and all that. You know, there's a plethora of shit. But there are those that know. I mean, that cargo ship, this massive, huge cargo ship, registered to the island of Kiribati, which is basically this little tiny speck of bird shit in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And this thing was 500 miles inside of Antarctica. How the hell did it get 500 miles inside of Antarctica?
You know, I heard you talking about that on your last show.
Yeah, I mean,
you had brought that up, and that kind of stuck in my mind. Well, actually, several things from your last show did. That's why I was, you know, that's why I told you I really appreciate your show, Sovereign, and
oh, thank you.
You know, I find this to be a really, really nice platform. And I do appreciate you letting me up here to, you know.
Oh yeah. That's anytime, man, anytime. As long as you're respectful, as long as people are respectful, and you know, and I don't mean you got to agree with me or none of that shit at all. It's just like when you do like what Mr. B done the other night, and he starts calling you fucking you know, names and shit because his belief system is fucked. You know, nobody needs that. Nobody needs that.
I just kind of figured he was mentally ill, maybe a little mentally ill or something. I don't know, you know.
There's that possibility. I mean, he does make up some really tall tales, you know. And I have a problem with that, to the point where that's really insulting, that you would think I'm that stupid that I would believe that nonsense. That
I don't think nobody believed that shit.
I've already, you know, this is our whole thing. We're critical thinkers here, you know. And so when you make up the preposterous story that you hooked up a sprinkler system to a septic tank, no, you didn't do that. Nobody does that at all. Even if it would work, nobody's going to go through the trouble to do that, especially for the reason that you say, all to keep an Iranian guy from screwing with your flag.
No, I think if you're going to do something like that, use a bucket. It's easier.
Well, yeah. I mean, who wants to have raw sewage spread all around their flagpole in their yard and their vehicles and everywhere else that the sprinkler may reach? I think that the municipality would probably have a problem with you spraying raw sewage around on your yard,
including your neighbors.
Yeah. So, you know, forgive me if I'm not buying the story, you know, especially also I had a master plumber in the chat the night that he said that, a guy who's a friend of mine. He actually does my plumbing work for me. And he was cracking up. He called me after that show. He said, "What in the fuck was that guy even talking about, man?" And I was like, and he explained to me even all the whole procedure that he would have to go through to do it, and it made it even more ludicrous, you know?
Well, just the digging alone to get down and to know where the tap is to be able to drain that septic tank. Those two right there alone are logistically vexing.
Yes, it's like you said, why not just shit in a bucket and wait till he comes over and throw it at him, you know, or something. I mean, if it's that important for you to put sewage on an Iranian guy, I would imagine that'd probably be the most expeditious way to do it, you know.
Right.
I could think of, you know, other ways too, like, hey, leave my flag alone or I'll kick your ass, you know, something like that would work too.
Yeah, that can generally bring attention around.
You know, but you know, a guy like him, he's busy cruising the police auction so he can cheaply buy stolen property and resell it because that's what he does.
Right.
Dude, man, come on. You just make shit up all the time. I don't understand why you have to do that. No, it's not impressive at all, you know. And
that's kind of what I was saying about the you had the name for it. The guys that'll watch 2 or 3 informative videos and suddenly they're willing to take you head to head in a conversation,
right?
And they drop off in the first paragraph, and you're still just putting your shoes on, you know.
It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger.
I got to remember that, man. That's crazy. I had no idea they had a word for that. But
oh yeah, yeah.
And yeah, that keeps me very hesitant on speaking on a lot of platforms.
Oh yeah, and he's really against smoking weed. He's really against it, and so I like to pull his chain and tell him, you know, dude, you ought to come to Virginia and smoke a joint with me. No, I'll never smoke no weed. You'll never catch me smoking any weed. Oh. Like that. I'm like, okay, but you'll drink a couple cans of fucking yeast shit, won't you? Yeah. You don't realize that's what alcohol is.
You must have come from the Nancy Reagan School of Drugs.
Well, this is what gets me. These people don't really understand when you tell people what alcohol really is, right? It's kind of disgusting. It really is. Because what you got is these little bacteria called yeast, right? And what they do is they eat sugar and they shit alcohol. So you're essentially eating bacteria shit. That's what you're doing when you drink that. And the reason it's called intoxication is because it's toxic to the body. It's toxic. But no, I mean, it's like, did you catch the show where he was trying to tell me and Brian Stavely that he knows for sure that there was bodies at Captain Hook because his brother-in-law was an FBI agent that was there?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yeah.
This guy gets sweeter and sweeter, man.
Yeah, so I said, so what's your brother-in-law's name? And he was like, and I was like, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, right. I don't know, man. When I start
porking, the dude's porking your sister. You don't know his name? What the fuck, man?
Damn. I didn't know he got that exaggerated.
Oh yeah. Listen, he says that he just goes down on a regular basis and buys all the cars that he can that have been impounded. Now get this, not just impounded, but impounded because people didn't have a driver's license. Like those people couldn't just go get their fucking car back out of impound or
right.
You know, right. So he knows specifically why the car was impounded. Okay. You gotta keep that in mind. And then he gets a pleasure out of buying those cars cheaply and then reselling them. That's what he said. Oh, and also his truck has been hit 9 times, either 9 or 7 times from cars hitting it in high-speed chases. And that's why everybody should have to have insurance. Yeah, I mean, he just makes up whatever the fuck bullshit, no matter what we're talking about.
Is his last name Biden?
You know, I wonder if there isn't maybe a relation, but you know, I mean, he just gets really flipped out of shape. He claims to be a truck driver, and so that was his last thing, and he got mad at me and rage quit it off because he said, you have to have a license to drive. And I said, yes, you're right. You do have to have a license to drive. And I said, but you don't need to have a license if you're just traveling. He goes, it's the same thing. I said, no, it's not. Driving is an act of commerce. No, it isn't. I said, yes, it is. It comes from the term of driving.
Commercial, right?
Right. It comes from the term of driving a team. You drive a team of horses, right? When you're transporting cargo, you drive a team of horses. This is why truck drivers have a union called the Teamsters. And also there's a horse's head in their fucking logo. So duh. You know,
right.
So yes, drive is a commercial term. This is why all the vehicles engaged in commerce are called traffic.
Yeah, that's what your CDLs are, or commercial driver's license.
Right.
You know,
Well, that's what a
generalized
driver's license is required for in the first place in order to do commerce. And then there's different grades of it for the various classes of conveyance that you're using. If you're using like a big 18-wheeler, you have to have a different license than if you're driving a taxi cab or, you know, delivering pizza or some other act of commerce that doesn't require a large capacity vehicle, right?
You know, there's chauffeur license, then your various classes of CDLs, and then well, your state driver's license. But you, like you said, you'd have to be doing some type of commerce or some type of commercial trade.
Yeah. Jehovah's daughter Barbara said, I hope he doesn't have kids, and he lost his fucking mind over that one. That was a sore button. That was definitely a sore button. But yeah, he was gonna one time he was gonna come here to Virginia and fight me over something my son said. So I was like, oh, okay, well, that'll work. You know,
in Virginia.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he says he comes through here. He comes through this area all the time, he says.
Really?
Yeah.
I was born and raised in Liberty, Kentucky.
Okay.
And I know how bad that was, okay? I was raised in the Ohio Valley the latter part of my life till I made it to the city. And no, they don't tolerate a lot of bullshit down that way. They don't tolerate bullshit at all much. Unless they're bullshitting.
Right. I mean, there's a certain amount, you know, and it depends on who it is. This is where I live, right here.
All right.
Found me a T-shirt at the store that was from my own little hometown, and I thought, you know what, I need to have that. There's not many people got those, so and you never have a T-shirt. Yeah, why not? And it's a different ilk of people here too. Even from the other two towns in the county, the people in Stanley are definitely different than people. Now, see, I'm a transplant here. I've been here 25 years, but you know, other than the time I was out in California, but I had this house here and the one in California at the same time. And so 25 years I've been here. And but those that I refer to as the indigenous are a different sort. They really are. And I'll tell you what, the women, you don't want to fuck with the women, man. Most of the fights and shit that happen around here, usually, you know, there's places where the dudes are fighting over some girl. Over here, these women, they fight over some dude, man. I mean,
I went through culture shock when I left the hills and come to the city. And one of my first experiences was just Fort Wayne, which is an international hub. But when I finally made it to Louisville, Chicago, Detroit, Toledo, and started doing those areas, I went through massive culture shock.
Well, see, I grew up just outside of Detroit.
Really?
Yeah.
My daughter's going from the the east side of Detroit she'll be moving to Colorado here on the 9th of next month.
That's a good
and that's
move.
about to kill me.
That's a good move, though. I mean,
it's a great
somebody
move.
moves out of Detroit, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a great move, and I'm going to feel a lot safer for her. And
listen. There's areas of Detroit the police won't even fucking go. I know
Right.
that. I know that. I mean, there's areas down area they call the Cass Corridor that you could take a picture of it and tell people that is war-torn Bosnia, and they would say, "Oh yeah, it looks just like it," or or any other fucking war zone. It looked exactly like that.
She moved from Ann Arbor, and she got a little bit better job outside of Detroit, and she was thinking, suburbs. She was going to be okay. It'd be like Ann Arbor, but no. No, so she's really excited about getting to Colorado, but that's just, that's quite a way for me to travel.
The big cities in Michigan are really undesirable places. Pontiac is horrible.
Bad.
Ann Arbor's got bad. Of course, Detroit's terrible. Flint, that's really bad there too. So yeah, I mean, it's been under really piss poor governance for probably the last 35 or 40 years. It really has. I mean, let's face it, Mitt Romney's dad was governor of Michigan.
Well, you got that prestigious Democrat woman that was going to be kidnapped. She was governor. She may still be governor. What was that?
Which one? Whitmer. Yeah, she looks like she should be in some kind of a Nazi dominatrix outfit or something, man.
Exactly. But I'm excited for my daughter, and I liked Colorado. I really did.
Where in Colorado is she going? Hopefully not like Aurora or
no, southern Colorado.
Okay.
She's not going to be far. She'll be able to get to Nevada, Arizona, and Utah within a matter of a couple hours. So
is she flying out?
No, she's driving. Yeah.
You need to check out that Denver International Airport. Boy, there's a whole nother rabbit hole. I don't know if you've ever gone down the DIA rabbit hole, but bullshit, shit, bro. They took more dirt. They built 2 complete fucking buildings and then buried them.
Wow.
Okay. They pulled more dirt out from under there than was taken to make the Panama Canal.
No shit.
Yeah, we're talking about major tunnel systems and shit underneath there. There were these really creepy murals that were on the wall in there. Let me see if I can find some. Let me
and wasn't there some kind of weird satanic statue in there?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit. Let me just show you some of these pictures.
I think the guy died from getting fallen on by the statue too. The guy that
yeah. Lucifer is the name of this. Let me get these images up here. Yeah, this is let me see if I can get a good picture of Lucifer. Here's one. All right, let me stop that screen and present this. So this blue horse.
Yeah, the blue horse. Yeah.
With red eyes, and there's these disgusting veins in its leg. Let me do this differently. Hold on. If I do it this way and just go share screen, screen 2. There we go. Like that. Okay. So just to give you an idea, this is what greets you when you go in.
Denver Airport.
Look at these veins. And when the sculptor, when they were putting this thing together, part of it slipped on the crane and killed the sculptor.
Wow, man, that's like menacing looking, man.
It is. It's like the pale horse, isn't it?
That's damn menacing.
And then they have all those murals with like guys in gas
Yeah, I'm
masks,
going to
like
show those.
soldiers. Yes,
Look at
it's
that
great.
thing. Look at that thing, man. And them eyes light up at night. Let's see if I can find a picture of that thing at night.
Yeah, man, I wonder what that's representing as far as like gods or whatever they're freaking
Look at that
worship.
shit, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Welcome to Denver.
Yeah, it's almost like Baphomet, like that. That kind of reminds me of Baphomet.
You know, it's some crazy shit. So that's Lucifer, as he's affectionately called by the locals.
Wow.
Here's one of the murals. Now, these have been since covered up, but this thing went way over budget. There was no need for a new airport. It's way out of town. People say that the old airport was way more convenient. I've even heard Denver residents say that, you know, somebody say, hey, I'm flying in. I'll be there at 6. They could drive there, pick them up, and be home in like 15 minutes. Now you got to drive way out to bumfuck Egypt to get to this thing. But this image here, this is like one of several images. Well, why won't it? Oh, it made me download it. Okay. But anyway, you can see there's this like soldier, Nazi looking dude wearing a gas mask. There's some kind of a wave coming from him. He's got the dove of peace stabbed on the end of a scimitar. We've got dead children buried here, like in a tomb-like thing. And here's these mothers all grieving in a line, and they're all carrying dead children, dead babies.
Well, that makes you want to fly.
Sure, absolutely. Let me change this to murals. So that was one of them. This was another that they had. And this one kind of shows an apocalyptic thing. You see this girl here, looks to be like Native or something, Native American, and she's in a tomb laying dead. There's the wildlife is all being threatened. You see this turtle is sick. This is in a museum, like the whales are all gone. The forests are all burning. You see, there's this in this Quetzalcoatl, and it says that on the side, Quetzalcoatl, on the side of this thing with this bird. So there's been a lot of people try to interpret what the hell it means, these murals. But then the third and final one was this one, which shows this German kid right here who looks a lot like, at the time, Prince William, who, of course, the royals are German. They're not British. They're German. They're from the Saxe-Gotha-Coburg line, all the way up to Vlad Tepes. And you see all these people these kids in their international dress, their country would be, and they're all bringing their swords, and he's hammering these swords on an anvil. It looks like he's making them into plowshares. And here we see the soldier from the first mural is dead, and he's buried, and the dove of peace is resting upon him. So you can interpret that, however, as well. Now there's some other crazy shit in there as well.
Now I'm going to have to ask her how close she's going to be to that airport.
Yeah, right. You're going to have to have her go and look. And then there was this one too, like showing like a new beginning or something with this strange plant. And here's like this Aztec or whatever looking kid, and all these kids from different nations. Here's a little Dutch girl, and from all these different countries, and this weird little plant that doesn't seem to make any kind of sense. I don't know. What's that all about? You know, what are these murals actually depicting? Or were they depicting? There's more involved with this as well. If I go back to all right, there's a gargoyle there too. Let me see. Now, this is a sculpture that they have. This thing's a Samsonite suitcase, and this thing shows this demon popping out of it, or this gargoyle, or whatever the hell it is. And that's just one of the little art things that are along the way as you traverse the Denver International Airport. Well, then what they did was they got one that's actually talks. Let me see if I can do that. Talking gargoyle. And this thing was making some appearances, but let me pull this up. This is pretty crazy. And I'll have to do it. I'll have to do it like this. Let me take this down for a second. Stop the screen. Present, share screen, bring videos. There we go. Now watch this thing. This is freaky.
A little older, a little wiser, a little weirder. Well, as you know, Denver International has some strong conspiracy theories. So to make the airport experience a little more fun and keep with the theme for those traveling through DIA, the airport embraced weirdness. A talking gargoyle dropped by to give travelers his 2 cents and got plenty of laughs.
That's a little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
This is awesome.
Hello. Do I know you?
Are you hungry?
Oh, I'm starving. You got anything for me? Those flowers look delicious.
Oh, oh, it's because of the conspiracy.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy. Look at me. I'm a little know-it-all. Will you get back over here? I got a question about this conspiracy. You know, you can actually put the phone down and have a conversation with me. But no, I'm a millennial. I've got to post it. I've got to snap face it and Twitter book it.
You're such a sweet talker.
Where is that?
You.
Let's go. I have some space in my backpack.
Actually, I think you have too much baggage for me.
Hey, Dave.
Too, huh, guys? Not DIA.
Ain't that some fucking crazy shit, man?
Where is that?
Denver International Airport.
Well, that's at the airport too.
Yeah, yeah. And now they have it out there from time to time, but they have this statue right here. Oh, you can't see it.
Have you ever been there? Have you ever been in the Denver airport?
No. I'll show you something though. This is crazy. So the capstone. Okay, there's a time capsule buried there. There we go.
This place is all kinds of treasures, huh?
Let me see under images. Let me get one. Okay, so the overall dais, it's like a dais. And if you look here, let me. Can y'all see that? And it's got this like little thing sticking up off of it with this little panel. But when you go and look,
I don't see anything yet.
Hang on. So this, let me see if we can get one where we can read it. Okay, this is the capstone, and it says here Denver International Airport dedication capstone. It tells all the people that are the mayor, the governor, all this other, that says there's a time capsule beneath this stone contains messages and memorabilia to the people of Colorado in 2094. So this is 100 years after it was buried. So because this thing was completed in 1994. But if you look, it says the New World Airport Commission. The fuck is the New World Airport Commission? There's no such thing. You can try to find it, and there's no such thing. Here's a better view of this thing, and this is written like in some kind of code that nobody can tell what it says on this brass plate. So what the hell ever that is, maybe it's just a bunch of QR codes. I don't know. I wonder if there's a close-up of that. Yeah, here we go. It's just crap. I mean, it's just like little dots. I don't know if it's Braille or what it is. Does it look like Braille to you?
I can't see anything.
Yeah, I can't get a good look at that. It wouldn't be cuneiform, would it?
I
don't
can't
think
see
so.
anything. Nothing's
Let me see
coming
if I
up
can
on my screen.
find a better one. Here we go. So what is that? Is that Braille? I can't really tell what the hell that is. Let me see if I can just do this. But I mean, this thing's, I mean, there's a lot involved with this that, you know, I mean, this time capsule and everything. Let's see what it says. A countdown to Halloween. Let's see if they've got any more information on it. Let's see. No. It's, I don't know. Here we go. No, that's Capstone Jobs, Denver International. I don't know. Is somebody in the? Is there anybody in the is a chat that knows Braille or can tell me is that Braille? Let me pull it up again. There it is. I'm thinking it looks a lot like Braille, but maybe not. Maybe it'll be like that guy giving sign language at the Mandela funeral that nobody knows what the hell he was doing.
I don't know.
No,
Nothing's coming up on my StreamYard when you show it, but
nothing coming up on your StreamYard. Not
yeah,
even
when you
that?
do that. It just shows the your satellite background.
Let me make sure. Is this actually coming up on here? Let me hit the live button. Oh, it's up
Yeah,
on
I'm gonna have to
YouTube.
look into that a little further, man.
I don't know. Maybe it's my phone. That's weird.
It might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's coming up on here. So,
Okay. Might be me.
but yeah, that's some really crazy shit. When you start looking into the construction of it,
Man,
and what
there's
they
so
would
many
do is they'd
people-
bring these crews in. These crews would do a bunch of work, and then they'd fire everybody, and then bring in all new crews to take over.
Man, that's what I don't understand, but I do kind of, because everybody I know is like that. Like people like Sean Hawkins fighting all this shit, man. I don't understand it, man, because like it blows your brain. And then like when I woke up, man, I just like I'm like addicted now. I can't stop watching all these videos, and like I got like headphones in my ears like 8 hours a day, just soaking up as much information as I can. And it doesn't even matter if it's real or it does, but you sift through it and you're like, you know, it's so interesting, man. Like looking into all this crazy fucking hidden shit is fucking like the most addicting shit to me. Like it's like a fucking drug. Like fucking like every time when I hit the gravy, it's like tapping my arm like I'm gonna do the fucking heroin shot or something. I'm like, oh, this is fucking awesome. Yeah, it's fucking sweet, man.
This is pretty cool right here. For all of you, and I hear everybody says, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Just let this inspire you a little bit. Watch this.
Yeah, now it's coming up. Now I can see it.
And the smallest domino is about 5 millimeters high and 1 millimeter thick. And I will carefully place it.
Yeah, the shit with cymatics and like chemicals and like it's like science. We don't know anything. Science
Dominoes.
is so false.
And the largest domino, it weighs about 100 pounds and is more than a meter tall.
So he started.
Ready?
He's starting a fire.
Boom. And the smallest domino.
So you see how cause and effect can actually work, man. You saw that little tiny 5mm fucking piece. Daisy channeled everything to where it knocked over that last 100-pound piece. See?
See, that's
all
kind
it
of the way
takes. That's why they
frequency and
don't.
vibration.
That's why they don't like
Frequency.
the glitches like us in the Matrix. Those of us that are a glitch in the Matrix, they don't like that because we point that out to the other people. We point that out. Look, there's a flaw. We can fuck them up. Let's do it.
Hey man, I got a funny story about this weekend. This last weekend on Sunday, I went garage sailing, and it was like Sunday at the end of the day, like 3 o'clock. And I usually like garage sales at 3 o'clock on Sunday because like they just want to get rid of everything and it's gonna be cheap as fuck and they just want whatever. And so usually it's all shit, but once in a while you find a treasure for like next to nothing. And there was a geologist, and he had boxes and boxes of rocks. And I wish I was there 5 minutes sooner. But so these boxes and boxes of rocks had been there all weekend, and nobody went through them. Nobody fucking cared. And this lady, this big fat lady, whatever, was up there going through these boxes, and she got there like 5 minutes before me. And she was like, "Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool." And then I got my attention, and I went over and I saw all these rocks and shit. And I started going through them too. And then she's like putting these things aside and put all these rocks aside. And then I'm like, "Holy fuck, these are like some crazy rocks."
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, so I found like 5 or 6, but I only found one really cool one. But there's a bunch of petrified wood. And this geologist, he's an old guy. And I can tell, I start asking him, "Where did you find this? Where did you find that?" And you can tell, I think he's going through a time, he's got like Alzheimer's or dementia or something. So he's like, "I don't know." And you can tell he's kind of off, but he could still tell you what everything was.
Mm-hmm.
But so the girl was like, "Oh yeah, what's this?" He's like, "That's petrified wood. That's petrified wood." And so she had like 10 rocks that were all petrified wood. They looked just like petrified wood.
Mm-hmm.
Like you wouldn't even know it was a rock until you picked it up because it's fucking crazy. But
I've
anyways,
got a piece. I've got a piece that's petrified. That's a piece of a branch. So the smooth side is out here, right? You can see the grains in the wood, but also you know how like those when you peel bark off of a branch, there'll be those little worm tracks. There's a couple of those little worm tracks in that too. From where because there's no bark on it. Yeah, and when you look at it from the end, you can see the rings and shit in it too.
Yeah. But so anyway, so I got one, and so it's right here, and it's like seriously, but so it looks like it was like burnt or something.
Yeah.
But like it's totally a piece of wood. Like if you look at it in real life, I don't know if you can tell, but then it's got the rings.
Yeah.
That's a nice piece.
That is a nice piece.
And even he's a geologist, and I started talking about trees and how this happens and how they become more dense and all this stuff. And he totally had Alzheimer's and didn't really know, and he couldn't answer any questions. But it was crazy, man. And so this girl too had like 7 pieces that were like fucking amazing. And the guy's old, and he's like $5 for like 10 pieces. And then he charged me $5 for the one piece, but I don't even care. And I'm kicking myself. I should have got her phone number and been like, "I'll give you like $100 for all of those pieces you just bought," just because it would be so cool to have a collection of fucking petrified rocks. Like it's
right.
It's tough to find, man. I've actually been searching for like a year. And like whenever I'm in like riverbeds and looking around, I'm like looking for weird, And I met this one guy that has like 3 or 4 petrified rocks or petrified wood stones, and anyways, it's cool, man. It's interesting.
I got this one. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull this up. I got this one.
Nice.
Right
That's
here.
sweet.
And then
Yeah.
this is the one I was talking about. You can see.
Ooh.
See, then when you look at it from the end, and on that
Yeah.
end.
That's
But
Hey,
then
you
it's
should be able to
also
go.
got these. It's got calcite built up on it too.
Yeah, you should be able to go right out in the woods there in Virginia and be able to pick some of that stuff up.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of quartz in the area where I'm at. There's a lot of
'Cause
quartz.
I know we used to hit the creek beds down home and find arrowheads and all kinds of stuff.
This particular piece, I bought this at a gem and mineral store. This one's from Madagascar. This one I found out in Death Valley.
Nice.
Cool, man. Finding one, man, that's like a true. I gotta get to that. Where you find one out in the bush by yourself. That's fucking cool.
I've got a lot. When I lived in Death Valley, that was you just be walking along and all of a sudden you see some kind of a tripped out ass rock and you go, what? And you wipe it off and look at it and it's like, oh, fucking hey. I found quartz points and shit out there all over the place, man. I'll be right back. Let me stick these back in my cabinet. I'm quite a rock hound myself.
That's fucking cool, man.
Oh, sorry, Fabio. This piece here is pretty rare. This piece I got here is pretty rare. This is a piece of agate, and it's called Inyo agate. And if you look, it's black and yellow. So what's really gone on here is the brown is what you would normally call jasper, but it's intermingled with stripes of obsidian. And this comes from one particular area called Inyo County in California, and it's called Inyo agate. And I found this in my yard out there.
That's awesome, man.
You can see it's been used to flake because it looks like they were knocking pieces off of this to make arrowheads. So yeah, that's one of my nicest pieces that I've found.
I gave my daughter all my stones. I used to run between Kingman, Arizona, Quartzsite, and Wickensburg, Arizona. And
they stole my truck in Kingman, Arizona.
I don't doubt that.
Civil asset forfeiture.
That's a impoverished little town. And but Quartzsite's nice. Wickensburg is nice. And I was running that area and was collecting the first month or so I was out there. I was collecting souvenirs, but after time went by and I came back, they weren't souvenirs anymore. So I gave them to my daughter and my son.
Well, Quartzsite now they have a huge mineral and gem convention like thing for where these dealers all go there. And I know this because a hardware store that I worked at in California. They owned also a gem and mineral store, and
they're all
the
over
guy he's the head of the Gem and Mineral Society for the Lone Pine area, and him and his wife would go to that thing, take their RV and go down there. It was like a week long whole rock and gem festival thing. So I wouldn't mind catching that sometimes. Sometimes I wish I still lived over on that end of the country, but like California, I love it. It's beautiful, especially Eastern California, the Mojave Desert, Death Valley. But that fucking state's run by lunatics, man. I mean, it really is. Talk about a state full of pussies. Oh my God. I never saw so many pussified people in my life, man.
Jay, try coming to Canada, so.
Oh yeah, I've been up there. It's gotten worse. I know. It's like I haven't been up there probably last time I was in Canada, I think was 85 or 86.
You
didn't have to have a passport.
we'd have Trudeau. We've had Trudeau in power for 8 years, and nobody fucking cares. It's fucking insane.
Oh, they got you. They've subjugated everybody. That's, I don't know. That trucker protest was kind of impressive, more impressive than the one the Americans did.
Yeah, it was pretty good, but
Yeah, Gwag, it is a police state. You're absolutely right. Well, they all are. They all are at this point. We really got to look at what's going on. And
Yeah,
meanwhile,
Sovereign, I appreciate you allowing me up here. I didn't get to meet you, partner. Maybe some other time. I'll keep you up to date on what I'm doing with these frequencies because I'm making progress.
and look into Royal Rife. I'm serious. That'll help you right along, man. I guarantee it. Because
absolutely.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys letting me up here. Thank you very much. I hope everybody has a wonderful night, and it's been a pleasure, gentlemen.
Yes. Thanks for coming on, Axis. We'll see you the
Not
next
a problem.
time. Right on, Raw. So check this out, y'all. This is nuts. Watch this shit. I don't even know what the fuck these people are actually fighting about, but this is happening all over the place. The woman in the black dress is a hotel employee. Oh, he just pulled her wig off. That's it. It's on now. The woman's mask never come off either. Oh my God. Well, that's America. That's America, y'all. Right there. You can't get no more American than that. I love watching these fucking people fight. It's funny.
that's insanity. Fuck.
Here's some other ones. What was this one? It's
Did y'all hear me?
wait, let me back this up. What did he say? It says male teacher eliminates 2 high school girls with a Ray Lewis tackle during physical education class. All right. This ought to be fun.
Did y'all hear me? Okay. Y'all understand what I said? When I say stop, I'm gonna knock the hell out of both of y'all.
That's how it's done. It's how saying you don't stop, I'm going to knock the hell out of both y'all, he says. I'm like, yes. Way to go, y'all. Way to go. Yeah. So that's I think gonna kind of wrap it up for tonight. We've been on here a long time, and we're definitely going to be back. I've been a little bit busy taking care of some stuff. I gotta get up tomorrow and do some flooring and have that shit done before 5 o'clock so that I can get a toilet put in. So that way I don't have to keep running downstairs to take a shit. I hate that. So anything you want to leave us with this evening, Bearsworth?
Not really. Just hey, so you got tickets to Plateauverfest already?
Yeah.
So I haven't got my tickets yet, but I think right when we're done, I'm gonna go buy some tickets.
Yeah, they're cheaper. The first 100 are cheaper, is what I
saw just because of you, I saw Brian Staveley's video on the thing. So
Cool.
yeah, I'm gonna buy some tickets. Hey, one thing though, maybe Brian will see this. So I want to bring my wife and my 2 kids. I wonder if I should be buying 4 tickets, so like for my 2 kids, or if kids need tickets, or so.
I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I guess.
I'll
Daniel,
buy 2 tickets for them.
the tickets to Flattoberfest. Let me see if I can bring that up again.
And where to buy it? Where to buy it again?
I'm gonna bring the post up about it again.
I know I can look on Karen B or Brian's and look it up, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just don't bring it up for that good.
So, just a second. Is that it? Wait a second. There it is. Okay, so yeah, his tickets are on sale. Whoops. Wrong window. Of course. All right. So it's for Flattoberfest, Daniel, in Vegas this year. It's going to be October 21st and 22nd. If you go to Brian Stavely's Facebook page, probably any of his other links, you can find the link to get the tickets at. In fact, it's going to be right here. Maybe. I'm gonna try. Ouch. I'm gonna copy and paste this down here, and hopefully that works for y'all. Let's hope we're all still intact by then. I think we're gonna be fine. I think everybody's gonna be fine. But anyways, it's gonna be at Vegas. There's a video on Brian Stavely's channel talking more of the details kind of on it. I bet you can check. In fact, I know you can check Karen B's page, and she's got information on it. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun, man. We're gonna go blowing out through the desert while we're out there too, and traverse Death Valley and see some old friends and shit out that way. I know some people live in a ghost town I want to stop by and visit. So it should be pretty cool. I think it'll be a lot of fun. And
yeah, man, if I can swing it, which I'm gonna buy the tickets and then I'm gonna fucking plan everything else out first.
right.
Or
So
after.
where are you going to be coming from?
I'm from DC.
Oh, Washington DC.
Oh
From
no,
Washington.
British,
I'm sorry.
Canada. I'm
Oh,
a snow
BC.
monkey.
That's right, BC. I thought you said DC. I was like, well, you ain't too far from me. That's right. Yeah, well, it probably ain't that bad. Are you're gonna fly? I would imagine.
I would think so because I don't know. It'd be like 3 days driving, 2.5 days driving.
That's how it would be for me too. I can do it in like 2.5 days, but I'm a beast when I drive, man. I do like 18 hours.
Yeah.
I'm usually rolling into a cheap motel about 3 o'clock in the morning and stay there till about 7. Then I'm out the door.
Yeah. Well, and then you think about it, like usually, but I gotta check. But usually, like plane tickets are almost cheaper than gas.
Yes.
Like, to go to Vegas. So it's like,
yeah, that's what we're doing. And we're going to rent an SUV once we're out there, because when I get out into Death Valley, there's areas of Death Valley that are kind of off the beaten path I like to visit. You know,
that's sweet,
you got tourist destinations and you've got native destinations that like we don't tell everybody about.
I would be a first time Las Vegas person. Like I've never been to Vegas before. What would you say your top two for like a family with like 2 kids? So I got a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. So like cool places, like maybe 2 places to take like the wife and the kids while I'm down there.
As far as for kids, I'm not really quite sure what you'd be able to. I mean,
they're gonna be amazed anyways.
I saw people with their kids walking down Fremont Street, and those kids were probably seeing shit that they shouldn't not see. You know, that's the way I was looking at it. I was like, I looked at Leanna, I was like, I don't know if this would be a good place to be bringing kids, but they do have family friendly shit because they started promoting the city as such a few years back. So yeah, I'm personally, I don't know right off because I only know where the fucking raunchy shit's at, you know.
I heard there's like some part that was like Venice, that was like a miniature Venice or something.
Yeah, the Bellagio.
Okay.
The Bellagio, yeah, it's really cool. They have these awesome fountains. They're on a schedule, and there's a fountain show out there. And then inside, they go through there with gondolas and shit, and little canalways and everything. Yeah, it's really neat.
Yeah.
They got a lot of cool shit. They've got an area there that's called New York, that has actually a roller. It's a roller coaster that rolls right through the fucking casino, man.
Yeah, it sounds fucking Interesting.
Go down on Fremont Street. They got these zip lines that run all the way down the street. And of course, Fremont Street, don't matter if it's raining out or not, it's a covered street. And they got these like the ceiling has images and shit. It's like TV screens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
No,
fucking.
one of my uncles has been like 7 or 8 times, and yeah, says it's pretty entertaining. Like he says, like, and there's the new Vegas and old Vegas, and he says he likes the old Vegas better, but I don't even understand it.
Yeah, there's a lot to see there. You can do a lot really with little money. You'd be surprised. As far as like attractions, well, the whole place is an attraction. So little kids, their eyes are going to be wowed just from all the lights and shit at nighttime. You know, yeah. I mean, that place is so lit up that coming to it from the desert, you'll be coming through, and then all of a sudden in the horizon, you just see in the darkness, you see this fucking glow. You just see this glow, and you kind of come up, and then you start coming down the mountain, and then you can see that city sprawled out there and all the colors and shit. It's just amazing, man. It blow your mind how much light there is in that city. And then, of course, the Luxor, that's interesting. It's a black pyramid. And you go inside of it, and there's like a replica of a pharaoh's tomb and shit in there. And I mean, it's pretty cool place, man. And
Yeah,
then
no,
the walls
I don't
go
even
up
think
like
you'll have to find
the
anything
walls
special
go up
here.
like this, but there's rooms on all these floors, and the balconies are kind of tiered like that, going all the way up.
Hey, we took him to West Edmonton Mall, and it was like the most amazing thing they've ever seen. And yeah, I'm sure Vegas is that times like a million.
Oh yeah, they'll have a blast. They'll have a blast. But anyway, I'm going to cut this off of here, and we're going to say goodnight to everybody. We're going to say like we always do. Don't forget the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and fire that son of a bitch, because he'll probably kill you. So with that, we'll say goodnight. Good night, everybody.